What's poppin', gamers? Welcome to the Speech Gen side project that we're referring to as Good Games Canon, where we try to scientifically determine the greatest games ever made. We did a version of this last year, sort of in private, where it was way less structured. It was basically just our favorite games over the entire span of history of video games. I'll just flash the finalist here for a sec, if you're interested in that. But yeah, this time, okay, we decided to go with a theme that lets us structure the whole thing, but then also maybe sort of ties into Beach Gen as well. And we decided on, okay, we're going to do the 2000s as a decade. And we've prepared 10 brackets. So 10, 12 game brackets. And we did this through, through a couple of rounds of like very democratic voting. I'm gonna probably release the final data for this when all these episodes are out. It's probably, like, timing wise, it's probably gonna be 2 episodes a week for 3 weeks, and then that's gonna be all 10 of those years. Yeah, and now we're just gonna, this is, you see the bracket on the right. And next to each game, you see the number of votes it received, and that's how we did the seeding. And yeah, we're just gonna talk about them. And I guess we still have to decide, okay, is the final goal a top 4 for every year? Because that's sort of, that will be the natural result of it. Or do we want to vote on a 5th game as well? Maybe I should have asked that before the call, but I guess we'll figure that out.
Whatever.
Yeah, we'll figure it out when we're there. Okay. And yeah, we tried our best to, like, sort of prepare ourselves for this as well, to, like, play a lot of these games in advance, and have a good amount of experts on for every episode. Obviously, some matchups, they're not going to make a lot of sense. They're just a little bit goofy, but I guess that's part of the fun of it. And I think such is the case with our very first matchup, which is Perfect Dark versus Pokemon Crystal. I'll say we had a little rule. I think this is important to mention as well. So, for each game, we always picked the original release year of that game. Now, that was sort of a way to have the like choosing process, the selection process of the games be perfectly consistent. You want one objectively agreeable date for every game, right? But then, okay, we don't want to pretend that, like, later developments didn't happen. We don't want to have to play these weird mind games of putting ourselves back in that time and, like, pretend that that original base version is the only thing we know. So we are taking later developments into account with our votes and with our deliberations. So if you see shit, for example, like Zone of the Enders 2, for example, that's a game that we'll talk about, and that came out in 2003, but then the definitive version of that game didn't even release in that same decade, right? So, like, how the fuck are you supposed to talk about that, right? So I think it just made the most sense to structure it this way. And I guess Pokemon Crystal is one of those that sorta snuck its way in there when it probably shouldn't have, because, like, the original game was a 90s game with Gold and Silver. But we just kind of let it through. Do we have any, like, big Pokemon Crystal fans in here, maybe?
Yeah, me.
Oh, what's up, Ryan?
Sorry, did we want to do the honorable mentions first?
Oh, thank you for saying this. Yeah, you're so right. This is already off to a good start. So yeah, we decided that it would be nice for everybody to get a little honorable mention at the start of each bracket, to give some games that just couldn't make it, right. We can't be fully comprehensive. Yeah, people asking in chat as well, like, were we gonna do honorable mentions? I'm sorry. Yeah, we want to go give those a little extra love. So, I guess I'll start. The one I picked is Ridge Racer 5. and it's a game that I got into pretty recently, and I think within its own series, obviously Type 4 is the one that gets a lot of shine because it has this really polished presentation. But wow, it's really good. It is a great game. I think 5 really stands out though with like really aggressive AI and just really nice handling. It feels very sharp. Don't have any like deep thoughts on it. It sort of suffers from PS2 launch title syndrome with how kind of scanned it feels in terms of tracks and shit. But I still really like it. Um, does anybody else have an honorable mention they're super passionate about?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so my honorable mention was Nappletail RCN Daydream.
Yes.
Then RCN Daydream. It's a really cool Dreamcast game. I think most people will know it maybe a little bit for its notable significance. It's like one of the first games, but like a small dev studio that was mostly consisted of women. It has a very quote unquote, by their admission, feminine sensibility. In a general sense, it's a really wonderful vibes game. It's really cute. It's got incredible, just like some outstanding music. And it really just stands as a really nice sort of dollhouse aesthetic that's really lovely to just explore and work your way through. It's a very simple 3D platformer at the end of the day. It's not particularly amazing in any specific category, although it does have wonderful writing for all of its little nice NPCs and characters. In a general sense, I wanted to nominate it because it's a game that means a whole lot to me, and it is something that is just absolutely adorable, and more people should be aware of that.
Yeah, that is kind of a an obscure one. So I'm gonna flash the games on screen as well so that they don't get lost. And that you know what to look for. Yeah, Raph, it says on our little list here, you have Baldur's Gate 2 written down.
I'm gonna erase that. Jesus Christ! I'm not hyping that game up. No.
Raph's on the spot now.
Okay, do you have like do you have
funny.
something else you want to pivot to? Or...
I don't like the West, so no.
Right, say Mars Matrix.
I haven't played Mars Matrix in years. I can't.
All right.
No, I was just about to say, if Raph didn't pull a surprise twist at the very end, we were both going to recommend Cyveriar because
perfect transition
it's
actually.
a really awesome shmup. For one, it's only like 20 minutes, so it's very short. But also, the central mechanic is very awesome, where it's all about grazing as many bullets as possible. So basically, right, like being as close to bullets as possible without touching them and dying. Where the more you do it, you sort of constantly are building up this meter that levels you up and also gives you a bit of invincibility. And that also gives you like a melee damage aura, right? So it's just extremely aggressive play where it's also like you see a huge wall of bullets and it's instantly just like, all right, it's
You're like,
time
yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's also, there's like a little bit of customizability where the more you level up, that's sort of like the indication of like when you go to the next level, you actually have a choice, right? You can do like a normal version or a hard. And levels are also like really bite-sized too. It's like a minute and a half and then the boss. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's definitely one I wish I checked out in time, but just didn't have time. Too many shmups, dude. Too many shmups on this list.
Yeah. Oh, I would say the last thing is like with this grazing system, it also ties in the score in this really nice way where you technically are like milking bosses like for points, but the timers are really short. And also like when you're doing this, you're still engaging with the patterns on a very like, fundamental level, right? Like still moving into them. And also, right, like you're going to be invincible a lot of the time, but you still have to be aware of like when you're vulnerable and shit. Thanks, Raph.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Raph was the one that I think put it on the map for a lot of us. Yeah.
You showed it so hard.
So going from shmups to one of the games that maybe arguably killed shmups. Hot Pocket has a Quake map to recommend.
Yeah, I just saw
I thought
the
fighting
Quake
games killed
match.
shmups. Oh, sorry, I talked
That's
over
a that's
everyone.
a that's a good point. Yeah,
Well,
you should
yeah.
projectile to. Yeah.
This is Issa's thing. I just played the map because she recommended it. It was good though. It's just a really I kind of when I play these FPS maps, I kind of have a more taste of like a dense combat experience. And of the handful of quick maps I've played, Ceremonial Circles by CSG was I think the best at that. Just super dense layout. The ogre enemy that shoots bouncy grenades. A ton of them are placed in this very vertically oriented space, so you just have like grenades bouncing around everywhere, and the map's kind of wrapping in around itself. And it's just this super fast start, and there's a lot of sort of different options you can take in terms of where to go. Well, not a lot, but a good amount. It really, I think, shows a lot of Quake's strength in terms of enemy mobility and quote footsies unquote and things like that. Great map.
Ooh.
I also think it shows how flexible the ogre enemy is in terms of placement. Because the way Quake works is that the grenades have physics, but it's like very early 3D physics, so there's some deterministic factors to it. So you can kinda predict where they will bounce, but also the way the map is designed to put the ogres in very oppressive situations. Like for example, if you try to run away to a safer place on a map, you might encounter just more ogres throwing grenades at you. It's a very accurate map.
That's pretty good. Yeah, Quake is one that I myself I've only played the id Software maps. And just the task of like digging kind of through the sea of fan stuff is a little overwhelming, but like I'm glad we could recommend one at least. So Evan,
It's
oh
a
yeah,
really
sorry.
good scene to go to. Especially if you like more positional games, because Doom is more about the amount of enemy types in a room, which weapons you have, etc. But Quake is all about the movement and micro positioning for the enemies, where the environment is also like an enemy to you.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah. So Evan, on our little list, I see you have Kirby 64 to recommend.
Yeah, Kirby 64 is one of the probably one of the N64 games, but I think has held up the best over time, just because it is at heart just a 2D platformer. Really, it just sticks to its the franchise's strengths. But what I think is interesting is that every Kirby game, after like the first couple entries, they all tried to expand upon the copyability system that made Kirby so popular, where you get to mix and match and experiment with all these different abilities, and all these later entries would then try to add some sort of combination gimmick where it's like, oh, you can take one of the copy abilities like fire, for example, and you can but and that ability will change depending on like different circumstances. Like in Kirby's Dream Land 2 and 3, it's like if you're riding on top of an animal buddy, then depending on the animal buddy you're riding on, the fire ability will do a different thing. But with Kirby 64, they just kind of got rid of any sort of pretenses, and they just decided, okay, you can mix and match copy abilities however you want. So you can have fire, you can have fire, ice, you can have rock, ice, whatever you want. So there are, I think there's like 36, I think, different combinations you can have. And of course, that means that they're mostly one button abilities. And they vary in terms of, how fun they are to use and stuff. But I think the experimentation of, just trying all the different combinations and figuring out which ones you find most enjoyable is a big highlight of that game. And it's, just a very nice, casual little experience. It also has maybe the greatest video game enemy of all time, Naruf. I did not mispronounce that. That is what you call him. Just a wild ass boar. So yeah, it's big points Yep, that's pretty much all I got. Yeah, it's a good game.
Nice.
Go play it.
The thing with the copy was that's something I didn't know about it. So that's one I may have to look at. Pang, you have written down here Wario Land 3.
Yes, yeah. So that game's just big on me from when I was a kid. I think that was my first introduction to like that particular strain of Nintendo developers. So like the ones that wanted to make like
Yeah.
WarioWare and Rhythm Heaven, and of course Wario Land 4 right after 3. It's a that and Wario Land 2 are sort of this duology that use the same engine, and the idea between both is that Wario can't die, right? It's just whenever he gets hit by a all enemies like bestow some status effect on him, and you have to like use the status effect in order to solve puzzles, and they're all like sort of like timer based, right? And so it's like a cute little like it's very competent puzzle platformer, and then 3 in particular has this sort of like Metroidvania thing going on in a very light way, where you have all these different stages on the map in like this world map configuration, but your actions in each can change the layout of other levels, and then also open up new levels in this like nonlinear fashion. And there's a lot of like I think each level has like 4 different treasures you can find, and all of which you have to like there's also like a day-night system that like cycles between levels. So like depending on when you go into the level, what other levels you've done, what other things you've activated in the environment, what other abilities you've gained, it all sort of factors into like it makes it a more interesting experience, and also one that isn't like Metroid-esque, because obviously when Nintendo does a Metroidvania, it's usually just fucking Metroid, right? So
Yeah.
Would you mind if I said my other one that I wrote down real quick?
Oh sure, yeah.
Because Heather couldn't be here. She's packing up her apartment, but she and I both really like Project Justice. It's great 3D fighter from Capcom. It's not very Tekken or Virtua Fighter-esque. It's got more of the Capcom feel. It's got to me, like, not having played that game a ton, but still like enjoying feeling it out. It's on the system where it's got this like your DP is like a universal launcher in this weird way, so you can like you can do like jab DP and then super jump into like a aerial rave magic series in the air. I think that's one of the Itsuno games. I know he did yeah, so it's got sort of that flavor to it. It's nice to have a 3D fighter that isn't just like in the Tekken Virtua Fighter vein, where it's like obviously it's still like sort of juggle heavy, but it's not quite the same in terms of like round, especially for the 3D fighters from that time. It's like rounds aren't over super quick, and you have the OTGs aren't as common. It's really got like the Capcom flair to it, which I like. So yeah, both of those games, great 2000s games.
Nice. You can probably play Project Justice on arcade now, right? Like that's probably a thing.
I assume so, because they're all on Naomi.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's a Naomi emulator.
Yeah.
On Fightcade too.
So yeah, I definitely we need to like set up a tournament or something. We haven't done a fighting game tournament here in a while.
That would be pretty fun, actually.
Yeah.
I never played Project Justice, but I played a lot of Rival Schools and loved it.
Nice. Does anybody else have some more honorable mentions? Maybe John or Monroe?
Nah, not for me for this year.
Okay.
I'd say Gun Griffin Blaze, but it's not good. It's like
I saw your review.
That's like, I feel like the classic John thing is like to put a lot of time and energy into like a game and then say it's not good. It's not good.
Yes.
Can we nominate Ryan's Hot Chocolate?
Yeah. If you're watching, you're seeing it in chat right now. Ryan's Hot Chocolate looks glorious. I'm very jealous.
You had the sprinkles. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Damn, I think that clears Pokemon.
Speaking of Pokemon, yeah. Sorry again for the chaotic intro. I'm sure I've maybe taken notes, but I think we got through it. So Luna, you had like a little to embellish on Pokemon Crystal, right?
I think I mean, most people are probably aware of Pokemon, so it's not like I need to really just do a recap. But I think the biggest thing about Pokemon Crystal that makes it like its biggest appeal is generally that it mixes up 2 regions of Johto and Kanto, like a Johto adventure, and then it finishes off with a post-game return to Kanto. In general, it just the Johto region just has this really wonderful sort of like Eastern Kyoto vibe to it in terms of its aesthetic. It makes sure that like And as a step up to the first generation, a lot of its areas are a bit more personalized to each other. But one thing that really sets it apart is that it actually it for one, it's actually one of the harder Pokemon games in terms of how it ramps up for a beginner. And in general, because of the fact that its post game goes for so long, like I think it goes all the way up to level 70, it ends up going to a higher difficulty curve in its end game that most other Pokemon games just don't get to. But as a general thing, Johto's just a really well beloved region, and it's just I don't know, it's a vibes based game.
It's funny because it's actually the first Pokemon that I played when I was really young, and I can say, obviously as a kid, it didn't fucking occur to me. I didn't even know that Kyoto was a city or where it was, or I barely knew what Japan was, right? But you definitely still feel the distinct kind of sense of place and the distinct aesthetic of this game. I also thought is it called Incognito, the alphabet based Pokemon, those things?
Unknown,
thank you. Unknown, yeah. I think in I played in German back in the day, and I think in German it was Incognito.
Oh, that's nice.
That's really funny.
I love that.
That shit was so freaky and funny. Not funny, but was very. It just. I think those older Pokemon games, they just had a level of uncanniness and weirdness and mystery that made them really appealing to kind of a young mind. I don't know if I haven't really fucked with Pokemon since Emerald, but so I don't know if I'd still be into it, but I guess I do have fond memories of it on that level.
Another thing I want to say is that Gen 2 has probably the best space campaign of all the Pokemon games.
Okay.
Gen 3 has the water section, the drag down. Gen 4 in general is very slow, but Gen 2 is very brisk for me, at least from memory.
Oh yeah, I guess something I should also mention. While it doesn't exactly have the most in terms of non-linearity compared to Gen 1, which I think is still the king in that regard, other than Scarlet and Violet, but I don't want to get into that. But it definitely has a really nice freeform exploration to the routes that you're able to go through, especially when you get to Kanto, and when you return to Kanto, you can basically go in mostly any order you wish, if I recall correctly.
That's pretty cool. Any other? Oh, sorry.
If I remember correctly, we could go to any gym we wanted once we reached Kanto. Of course, they had different levels and so there was an order you should do, but you could do them at any order if you wanted to.
Any other Pokemon heads that want to talk about Crystal a little bit?
I haven't played Crystal in forever. Oh, you gonna talk, Ref? Because I don't have anything. I have only general things to say about Pokemon as a whole.
It's really cool. It introduces a dark type. That's a cool type, guys.
We love dark in here.
I have one more important thing to say. It has Typhlosion, which is the best Pokemon, so that's why it should win.
That's true. So, best Pokemon. Cool.
It should be disqualified because it was from the 90s, the first version. But that's showing by default.
Yeah, I mean, I decided to be a good dictator on this one. Yeah, we'll just let it slide. I guess so maybe to talk a little bit Perfect Dark. That's one that I dug into for the first time for this. But I think Isa, you're a lot more familiar with it than I am.
Kinda. I played a long time ago, then replayed around the same time you did.
Yeah.
But I did both difficulties in this replay.
Yeah, I didn't finish it. I only played half this time as well. I want to finish it still, but yeah.
But yeah, it's a real cool game. One thing like N64 games, especially compared to PC, N64 first-person shooters, compared to PC, is that they put a lot of emphasis on animation and different interactions. The NPCs will have to get in shots. So, for example, if you shoot a guard on the ground, you'll complain. And I think it gets staggered for longer if you shoot it there, but I'm not sure. And Perfect Dark gameplay basically is you get in a room and you take advantage of that stagger, so you get shoot them more before they shoot you.
Yeah.
Basically. And like one cool thing Perfect Dark has is being able to shoot the gun out of the guard's hands, which can be really useful in certain situations. Like for example, if you have a pistol and they have a machine gun, you can shoot the arm off, pick the machine gun, and then now you have a better advantage versus the enemy, while disarming one of them in the process.
That's actually crazy. That's something that I didn't discover when I played it. It's because
Oh,
I think I barely used the manual aim.
I assume you didn't complete, so you didn't get. But there's like one bonus mission that's basically around that, because you get like an handgun with next to no bullets, so you really have to shoot them off the enemy's hands.
That's pretty cool. I'll say the thing with the stagger. That's something I also very strongly felt. I felt like it's almost a game about distributing your shots relatively evenly between all the enemies. So like you get one in their stagger animation, and that gives you time to get the next one into their stagger animation. I don't want to say
It's really more about like crowd control. With your guns,
yeah.
But you do it by spraying bullets, basically.
Yeah. I don't want to exactly say, oh, it's like a beat 'em up, but I'd sort of made that comparison in my head when I played it.
Mikami, eat your heart out.
Exactly. Mikami has never had an original idea in his body ever. You know, it's like everything's a ripoff. Yeah, and I guess the other thing you just mentioned about like, okay, like you had this mission where you started with just a handgun and that pushed you toward trying to procure ammo on site. I think that's another thing that makes the game very interesting. That they get pretty creative with the starting conditions and like little level gimmicks that have you paying really close attention to your environment. And it can sort of manifest in a way, like it could manifest in a way that is a little bit trial and error. But that actually never bothered me. I felt like it sort of fit the whole agent spy premise, right? You get these very detailed written briefings, but then that still doesn't really prepare you for, okay, being in the moment and having to really respond to the thing, and then seeing yourself get better at the mission as you kind of gain knowledge. I think that's a really cool element of it.
And another thing is like compared to GoldenEye, because like GoldenEye was this story is well known in this point, but it was at some point a rail shooter,
Yep.
and you can feel it sometimes with the level design of guys just popping out of cover. And there's like a big wide open area with nothing else going on. Perfect Dark is way more consistent with this level design. The Villa especially is like one of the best levels Rare/Free Radical has made. It's very open. There's like snipers everywhere, and you basically can go in and out of the house, take care of snipers from basically safe zones. Go inside again. Take care of the guards there. Go outside again. It has a good pacing to it.
Yeah, I can definitely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Although there's still some GoldenEye in there. There's like a level that's set. I don't know if you reach it. That's set on like an ice field where is super wide. The objectives are very obtuse. I spent a long time just looking for one objective that was like very on ice, barely visible.
Yeah, that kind of thing definitely happens. Yeah.
And they're displaying all like NPC, mouse keyboard, 1080p. I can't imagine how much harder it would have been on an X64.
Yeah.
But those are pretty rare. I will say Perfect Dark has way more consistent level design than GoldenEye by a good margin, and I think that's why I prefer it over GoldenEye in the end of the day.
Yeah, my GoldenEye playthrough has been a bit ago. I definitely liked that game when I played it. But Perfect Dark, I just, you know, out of like a gut feeling, I definitely am inclined to agree with you. It was definitely one game where I didn't have time to finish it before this, but it was a little sad to tear myself away from it. Like, I definitely want to go back. It's like GoldenEye seems kind of bad. Sorry, Luke. Does anyone have like maybe thoughts on either game, like Perfect Dark or Pokemon, or just like there? I don't think there's any meaningful comparison we can draw between the two. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. They're both 5 games if you think about it.
So true.
I should have played Perfect Dark actually. I started the port and configured it for like 5 minutes. I was like, oh, nice, and then I forgot about it.
That's the PC experience, yeah.
All I
That's
remember about
bad.
Perfect Dark is that it just clears GoldenEye in every single way, and I love it more.
Joanna Dark, way cooler than Pierce Brosnan, okay?
So true.
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah, women in gaming. So because so Pokemon Crystal is the first one where you had a female option. So, they're both kind of feminist. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
Another thing, Perfect Dark, I think, was the start where Free Radicals started going really ham on extra modes and unlockables
Yes.
challenges, because Perfect Dark has a ton, like not as much as Time Splitters 2, for example, but has a ton you can do after you're done with the campaign with really interesting challenges.
I guess that is a funny parallel. Like, both of these are very, like, stacked, fully featured games. So, that's kind of cool. Yeah.
I think I haven't played Pokemon Crystal in a real long time, but I actually have played a disturbing amount of Pokemon in my time. And usually, in my opinion, Pokemon shines 20 years later after people make ROM hacks for it. Because it turns out Pokemon actually has disturbingly well thought out mechanics that work really well for sort of making fun RPG puzzle gameplay.
The main issue with the main games is that, well, they are made for Shield, so they don't.
Yeah, I mean they're literally they're like literally kids games. So
like I don't even remember using like Stardust Effect when I was a kid. I just level up on
Yeah.
Pokemon as much as I can, and I can complete everything easily.
what hack did you play, Raph?
It was Polished Crystal. It introduced a lot of mechanics from the newer titles while upping the difficulty a lot.
Oh, do I get to gas Crystal Clear?
Yeah,
that's the open world one, right?
Crystal Clear is like probably the single best like Pokemon ROM hack I've ever played. It just makes Crystal in a whole lot more fleshed out experience than it already is. Way harder, whole lot of team comps you can make as a result.
It's pretty appealing. I like, honestly, this it hadn't been really on my radar, on my mind at all the last couple of years, but I sort of want to dive back in. I guess we could vote now. I think this is gonna be weirdly one of the weirdest and hardest votes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this makes any fucking sense, but like, yeah, I guess type your preferred game in chat, and then we'll see.
It's okay. Either way, feminism wins.
That's very true. I think there's a lot of hesitation in the panel.
I've been gassing up Crystal, but I honestly do think I'm taking it to Perfect Dark too.
That's 3 for PD. 3 for Crystal. Okay, is everybody else abstaining?
Yeah, I'm not. I haven't touched either of these.
I have no clue.
Okay.
No, Hopok, you watched me play Crystal for like 2 minutes. Remember that? That was so cool.
Yeah, you.
I died like 3 times.
Yeah, you fought the Zigzagoon or whatever. It's not the Zigzagoon. You know what? It's like the little rat and the
Sentry. Yeah.
The first thing, and then you like fainted to it, I think.
Yeah, I guess I'll explain my role real quick. I've decided I'll be the tiebreaker if one is needed, and otherwise I'll abstain from voting. Okay, if nobody else wants to vote on this, then wait, we are 3 for 3, right? Yeah, okay. Then I guess
I'll throw in a vote for Crystal.
Okay. Does anybody else want to vote?
Yeah.
I'll vote for Perfect Dark.
This is already so toxic. Okay, then if I'm the tiebreaker, then
I'm changing my vote to Crystal. Fuck it. I should.
What
we're
the?
kind of wrong, right?
Yeah.
Crystal Clear. I'm voting for Crystal Clear.
This is so fucked, dude.
It's a political process.
Kaim, you could still save it.
No, I already voted. It's
wait, so fuck, you already did. I think Evan didn't.
I think I'm the only one who.
Evan and
oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
Evan didn't.
Okay, Evan doesn't.
Except the better game won. That's great.
Hot Pocket, if you want Perfect Dark to win, then you could still do it. But
Wait.
I guess that's it for Crystal. Okay. I'm fucking drawing this shit on my iPad.
Yo,
You look
this is high tech.
Yeah,
How
dude.
are you doing this?
So like I'm streaming this from my laptop, but then the app is also on my iPad. So then I'm
In the
drawing it
in
on.
spirit, you should be doing this on a console.
I'm drawing it on the iPad and then it's syncing over the cloud.
You should do it on like the DS.
That'd be period appropriate.
Like the drawing apps. Yeah, there.
Flipnote Studio.
Use the Mario Paint mouse attachment.
Okay, our next matchup is makes a little more sense.
This one hurts so much.
Yeah, it's this one's pretty volatile. So we actually
SpaceX.
So we actually, I think I actually very curious about John's thief bit. I'll ask about that in one sec.
It's not bad. It's bad if you play Thief. It's atmospheric as fuck. It's amazing voice acting by whoever voices Garrett. But then like the stealth mechanics get really bad, and then at least in Thief 1, you get to the point where you fight these supernatural enemies, and it's kind of alright for the first half because you fight like zombies, and it's like, oh, this is kind of an interesting threat. But you fight these weird like monkey guys and bug dudes, and they operate like as stealthy enemies. Like you're meant to sort of sneak around them, but they don't vocalize like humans. They vocalize to make like chirps and barks and stuff. And so like the thief for me has always kind of devolved into bunny hopping around into completing whatever objective you can as quickly as possible.
That sounds
I think like
that sounds self-defeating kind of.
The campaigns of Thief 1 eventually derails on the second half quite a bit. I agree with that at least. But Thief 2 doesn't have as many supernatural enemies.
But no, yeah, it sort of soured me on Thief, and I played a little bit of Thief 2, and it was like, I think Raph was playing some in the VC, and he had the experience that I had when I played it, where it's like you need to go and be fairly exhaustive if you want to complete the extra objectives. Where it's like, you know, you're pulling up the guide to see like where is the hall I need to meet the treasure requirement for this area.
I'll say Thief 2 is a bit more
I do
lenient
not
about
recall ever
that.
having to pull out a guide for Thief 2's hardest difficulty.
A lot of Thief 2 maps don't have a loot requirement. You're basically getting loot so you can buy stuff for the next mission. But Thief 1, yeah, almost all levels have some sort of loot requirement.
The one he was talking about is in the first level of Thief 2. You do have to like find a few secrets to beat the highest difficulty.
Yeah, talking about the ring.
Yeah. It's like really well hidden. It's like, god damn it, because I forgot where it was.
Because but that's an expert objective. If you play on hard, I don't think you need to find it, if I recall correctly.
Right.
So you should know the map by expert.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So
I was just trying to enjoy Thief 2, and it hit me with the objective, and
Don't know where the ring is. Haven't played in years, and I know where the ring is.
This is why I'm a normal mode gamer. Yeah.
But yeah, can I speak about Thief 2?
Oh yeah, sure.
So I think one thing cool about the Thief series design is like how it handles gathering of information, because like stealth games are basically about information, right? If you're playing third person, you can look what's ahead safely.
Yeah.
If you play third person, you kind of have to risk it. And some games try to solve that in multiple ways, like in multiple non-diegetic ways, like see-through walls or noise indicators, stuff like that. But the way Thief does it is like you have to 100% rely on sound to know what's ahead. For example, if you lean versus a door, you can hear what's on the other side better, and you can hear the footsteps and which type of tile it is stepping on. So you can kind of create like a mental image of the map that you can see it only through sound. And that's a part that's really cool about the way it plays with sound, with the way with the way the sound propagates is another thing, because the way I think Ken Levine in an interview explained is that it's like a submarine. It's a sonar that spreads. It is an instantaneous, so you can literally see the guards react to your sound slowly instead of in a snap, because the sound is propagating first and then reaching them instead of them
Pretty
listening
cool.
instantly.
I don't know
And,
many games that do that. Yeah.
And another thing Thief has is that it has a tile system based on that sound. So, for example, if you're on a carpet, you can run as much as you want. They won't hear a thing. But if you are on a glassy surface, then one step they'll be able to hear from a good range away. So you can play around with some. For example, if you are in a room with carpet, you can plan around that. For example, you can run. For example, there's a guard patrolling. If there's a carpet, you can just run before he sees. For example, if the room instead was made of glassy material, you probably couldn't get away with it. So the type of tiles you have on a given room influence how you go around to the level. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, I'll
It's
say
very sick.
I was pretty into the 20 minutes that I played today of Thief 1. Again, like as some of y'all already said, like pretty great atmosphere, and even in those 20 minutes, even not exactly working, even not exactly knowing how the sound propagation all that works, there's still something about it that felt a little more, immersive. Yeah, Hot Pocket.
It feels very, very natural.
Yeah. Hot Pocket, I think you had a whole I guess I should say we recently played through Deus Ex for Beach Gen, and you're probably not gonna have seen the Deus Ex episode yet because I actually need to edit that and that's work. But yeah, Hot Pocket, for you like Thief versus Deus Ex, that was kind of a big comparison point, right?
Yeah, because I think they're. I mean, I'll try to give a repeated version of what I said before, maybe more refined this time.
Mhm.
They sort of have different focuses, which this has been pointed out before, but Deus Ex is kind of purposely a breadth over depth thing, and then Thief is a depth over breadth.
Yeah.
Where Deus Ex there's kind of a lot of things you can do that are not individually that deep, but then you can sort of switch between them at will as the situation demands, which is where it becomes interesting. Whereas Thief, you're pretty much just running around and stealthing, but the systems around that are much, much, much more fleshed out and interesting.
Mhm.
But so I think my cheesy tagline I said was Thief is the immersive and Deus Ex the sim. Because I think in a certain way they almost don't even have a lot of the same design goals, because it really seems like a lot of the point of Thief is to be intent. The mechanics are almost an extension of the atmosphere in a lot of ways, because it really makes you go, pay strong attention to your environment. Kind of it could like the stealth mechanics controls the pacing of the game,
Yeah.
which in turn sort of reflects on how you would think about it. I mean, you can very deliberately see that, and there's a couple of Thief 1 levels I've played where the music will change as you're in different areas of a mansion or something like that.
Yes.
And just things like that. I think I don't know. I think for me that the approach of Thief is sort of more, I don't know. It resonates with me a lot
Appealing,
more
yeah.
than Deus Ex, even though I like Deus Ex more. And I don't doubt. So I haven't played Thief 2. I've only played some of Thief 1, but the mechanics are very, very similar.
Mhm.
It's just the level design, and from what everyone has said, the level design is essentially just better in Thief 2. So,
Yeah, Thief 2 is more non-linear and square. You like in a square room where you are free to go whenever, with limitation, of course, depending on objectives and the like. While Thief 1, you have like a journey to a place first. Very,
Mm.
very different types of level
Yeah.
design.
The other thing about Deus Ex versus Thief is that Deus Ex, the AI is very bad, and Thief, the
Oh, yeah.
AI is mostly good.
but I'll say the AI in Deus Ex is bad in a fun, exploitable way.
Yeah, kind of. It's like
It's
it's
just
kind
like
of funny and cool to mess with it, and then it's also kind of stupid. I don't know, like that to me. And I mentioned this on that episode that Zia talked about.
Yep.
I think that's kind of my big problem with Deus Ex, which I think is somewhat alleviated from what I understand later in the game as you get more varieties of enemies that are harder to take down. But part of the problem with Deus Ex is that the enemies are so simple, and that's like a axis of interaction that you're going to use no matter what sort of play style you're operating with at the time. Whereas Thief has a lot of jank. Like I've seen guards like going on patrols where they meet in a hallway and just walk into each other the whole time, or
Yeah.
and yeah, dumb stuff like that. Where it's like, okay, they probably should obviously have seen me here, but they didn't.
Yeah, if you are in pure black, there's a chance they won't see you, even though they are touching you with red a lot.
Yeah, but either way, it is overall much better, and I think it's good enough that you get the intended effect a lot more, which again enhances the atmosphere. Yeah, that's my Thief. Great game.
Nice. Yeah, I'll say I really enjoyed Deus Ex, but it's definitely I can definitely reciprocate the idea that okay, this is a game that's very easy to kind of slop your way through. And again, like y'all said, it's like pretty exploitable, pretty messy and slapdash in some ways. I think I can say I personally do gravitate toward games that really hone in on one thing, right? That gift is funny. So I expect Thief to really appeal to me once I really get into it. But yeah, I don't know yet. Does anyone have like maybe Pang? Do you have like sort of more thoughts on Deus Ex and like maybe what you expect from Thief, sort of by comparison?
Yeah, I mean, this one's hard for me to weigh in on as a matchup because I haven't played either Thief 1 or Thief 2.
Yep.
I played Deus Ex recently. I do think that I would say that level design in general is one of Deus Ex's is an extremely strong point for that game. I know
Yep.
some people have like particular missions they feel mad about, or they're like, oh, the last three sort of blend together. I would say that honestly, it is like very consistently designed from front to back, and it also, even though it is like a sort of a slot game a lot of the times, and there are like key issues that I highlighted on the podcast, and others have highlighted like the fact that computer terminals are so easy to hack, and you just turn off cameras like all over the map like super easily, like that kind of thing that sort of nullifies some of the challenge or like the busted weapons you get. I will say it does lean into the fact that it is like a breadth game extremely well. It's like you can tell that they geared all the puzzles toward they did like this really fine line act of not only making puzzles that are geared towards one particular play style, but the puzzles still all have multiple solutions depending on like what your strengths and attributes of your designed character are, which I found to be very compelling. Especially later in the game when you have more like physics bending augmentations, like good god, the fucking speed enhancement lets you jump over shit and take a ton of fall damage without really it hurting your character or like all those kinds of things. It's like in the fact that they had these like physics breaking elements of the game, and then they still design the levels around them. They still give you pathways that like, oh, we can tell that if you're willing to spend some bioenergy on it, yeah, you can jump this fucking pit. Like we design around it. You can fall down this giant shaft and then be fine. And we actually give you a secret to give if you get down here. So I did find that very compelling. I don't want to speak ill on Thief 2 because I feel like I would like that game. But I do think that where Deus Ex might as its like gameplay system fails in comparison to Thief 2 in some areas, I do think that what they had in that system is incredibly well represented in the scenario design. So I do respect it a lot for that reason. I probably will throw out the vote for it, even though I reserve the right to change my mind whenever I play Thief 2. I really did like Deus Ex.
I'll re-edit the video.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
a thing about the stats. One thing Deus Ex avoids really well compared to other games that give you playstyle shows is that XP you only get through objectives.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I love that.
A lot of games you have to they're like you can choose how to play, but then you have to kill to gain SP, or you have to whack a lot to gain SP, or Deus Ex completely avoids that by the main XP gain being just completely objective.
I didn't ask for this.
That's something that Cranku, one of the Beach Gen frequent contributors, brought up. It was like when he was playing Human Revolution. He's like, God, you just fucking like everything gives you XP. You're incentivized to like do all these different things like very repetitively through a level. I do like that that like Deus Ex by comparison. It's like you get most of your skill points through exploration, right? When you aren't getting them from just like objectives you fulfill along the way. And the exploration of those levels is really fun. They really nailed that part of it, and it's never repetitive action because all the levels are different. So I think I do also love that part about the game. It's really well designed in that way.
I'd like to also throw my hat in a little quick to talk about both games and just compare them real quick.
Of course.
One thing that really stood out to me when playing both Deus Ex and Thief 2 for the first time when I was younger was just in general like how well it just tools around its level design. Both Deus Ex and Thief 2 have some very nice and intricate levels. Well, Deus Ex definitely has that more breadth-focused way of approaching its levels. Both really just open up and get really exciting with just in the ways that you can certainly explore and play around with certain either states of enemies in Deus Ex's cases or just like routing your way and finding treasure in Thief 2. What I do want to say though is that I do think Thief 2's levels, especially because of just how more limited you are, end up becoming much more interesting to traverse and plan your routes through, especially in terms of finding treasure. I often constantly think about like one of the first few levels in Thief 2, where we're doing the vault and accessing and trying to set up the codes that open up certain rooms. And the way you have to work your way through that and then back to the vault opening room over and over again, it's a lot more interesting than most of Deus Ex's levels that, like, as been repeated earlier, where you can just kind of turn off the cameras, and it's just really good to turn off the cameras in general. So you're constantly making the levels easier as you are progressing through them. Where in Thief 2, you still have to deal with it the same way you were already dealing. It gets really interesting that way, especially in
another thing is that those type of objectives will really shine in like ghost path speedruns because you have to do them while guards are patrolling, and it can become really tense, especially in some levels. And also in Thieves 2, usually when there's a camera present, there's guards in the room where you deactivated, the guards can reactivate them back sometimes. I remember in like the police station, guards will do that a lot, for example. So you need to worry up even when you turn off the cameras. And there's a little moment like that that add a bit of tension to the stealth systems.
I guess I'll the last person I'll defer to again is John. Because like I got the impression that you had a couple of misgivings with Deus Ex, right? But like you probably still were more into it than Thief, right?
Yeah, I think it may be the Warren Spector thing. I think there's the anecdote where he was playing Thief and he's like, I want to just shoot stuff. I think that may be like the Deus Ex experience. And I sent over some footage for the Beach Gen episode.
Yep.
There's a lot of that game where it's just like, okay, these guys are chasing me. I'll pull out the rocket launcher and blow them all up, and they go into Gibbs, which may just be where my head's at. I don't know. I think Thief 2. It's like I've not given the earnest try. I think I'd probably go with Deus Ex. I think just of this matchup, it's the one that I think skews closer to my sensibilities, and I even like some of the stuff. I like the some of the discussion you guys had about the endings and what it meant to you, and like how that kind of like align with your worldview. And I like when games sort of tease that out of people as well.
Sure, yeah.
I'll say, although Deep Story more linear, it does deal with like ideological clash similar to Deus Ex. Like not the same themes that covered, but is very similar in terms of putting one that ideology versus another.
Yeah.
I just want to add a couple quick points.
Yeah, sure.
One of which is I can kind of see like if Thief, you kind of need to come in with like kind of like buying into the atmosphere and stuff, and like
Mhm.
the pace of the game. And if that's not clicking for you, I actually think the game will play extremely badly and not be worth it. That's my first point. Number 2 is that Thief 1 and 2 have one of the most developed mod scenes in PC gaming.
That kind of surprised me actually as well. Yeah, when I found out about it.
Thief
Yeah.
2 has like over 1,000 fan missions, and most of them are like mission packs with like sometimes 15 missions. It's crazy.
So if you have any problems with the official levels, probably people have iterated on that and made better versions like 10 times over.
That's a good point. I'll say it's kind of weird Deus Ex didn't have a similar mod scene. Like, there's a few overhauls, but in terms of like new levels or new campaigns, there's barely anything compared to Thief or even System Shock 2. We don't have them that many to begin with.
Okay. I guess I'd like to ask y'all to vote in chat. If y'all feel ready.
Okay. Before we vote, consider Stephen Russell's voice is hot. Something to consider.
I definitely felt that. Oh shit. Oh, 4 for Thief. Oh shit. Wait, we're.
It's over.
Wait,
It's
we're
over.
11 people, right? Yeah. Well, minus myself, then we're 10 people. So.
I'll get my
wow.
revenge.
I was almost tempted to vote for Deus Ex because of it being the more story vibe centered game.
I'll get my revenge next round when it goes up against Shitset Radio.
Yeah, wait. So if Ryan, Monroe, and Kime vote, then it could still shake out. But like,
I haven't played either, so I feel like I shouldn't give my vote to them.
My thing is that
I guess
you're in good shape,
so.
man.
Oh, sorry,
I
Evan
if I
as
actually
well.
played
Yeah.
Thief, I would like it more.
You should vote Deus Ex anyway for the culture.
So I guess I'll say like for games that you haven't played, right? Like if you abstain, that's totally fine, right? But you could also like maybe which arguments convince you more, which one you maybe align with more philosophically, right? You should vote for Thief 2 for being the better game. Okay, Ryan did it. Okay, that's Thief.
I'm gonna go with Thief 2. Thief.
Wow.
Damn, I'm kind of shocked. See, now y'all coming to the work, but it's already
if I finally played Thief, I'd like it more. I think.
Everyone who's voted for Thief 2, now you have to actually play it.
Ryan,
I know about all that.
That is the plan.
He said in rap, don't skip Thieves Guild. It's good. It's really good level.
What the fuck? You're skipping.
That's not what we said.
Okay. I didn't say. I only say it wasn't the worst one.
Yeah,
I'm
the
gonna-
issue is that the base game is
I'm
worse.
gonna play Vanilla Thief. I'm gonna be the real gamer.
They're very good. Oh, Hot Bucket. There's like the Mages Guild. Just skip that too. Just open up the console commands.
All right.
So we're finally on a real matchup, some real arcade pilled gaming.
Here we go.
This is East versus West. It's sad that we don't have Bjorn on here today because he's like the resident Tony Hawk lover. Do we have any like Tony Hawk experts in here, by the way? Like, because otherwise this could get very lopsided.
I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I am a big fan of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2.
Nice.
So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe do you have thoughts on 2 specifically, Evan? Like, what appeals to you about it? It's definitely a very deep game, right? Like,
Yeah. So, I mean, the obvious thing about 2 that makes it so much better than 1 was like, the introduction of the manual. The most important thing to any Tony Hawk Pro Skater, I mean, at least, the first 3, the ones that I think that are good. The most important thing is really just the level design. Obviously, it's like you want to be able to do all of the tasks within like the 2-minute time limit, ideally, or at least be able to do them within like 2 really quick runs. You don't want to like have everything be spread out really awkwardly and make everything like an individual challenge, because like for replay playthroughs like Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 and I mean the other first 3 as well, they're very short games. You beat them in less than 10 minutes if you're like really fucking good at them. I'm not that good, but I can still beat like Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 in under 20 minutes. So it's a very short game. And that's because you can do almost every objective in just 1 or 2 runs. Like even if you're not like a speed runner, you can still do them in like 2 runs. And it's really important that you're not just like focused ever on one objective. Like you don't want like one part of the map to be dedicated to just one task. Ideally, the tasks are all like mixed and matched together throughout. So you're like, you're doing like all of the objectives in like you're just kind of mix and match in between the objectives as you go along. And there's a lot of player expression just in like how you decide to tackle the objectives, what order you want to tackle them and stuff. So I think Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 is probably the best of the 3 first games, like in this regard, because one has the linear levels, like the downhill jam level in the mall, which they aren't bad levels, but they're very linear. You only have one way to go in those levels, so there isn't really much options to mix and match the objectives. And 3 also has a couple cases like the airport level, and even like the second level in Canada like has like a lot of the objectives split between 2 parts of the map. Whereas I feel with 2, that's less of an issue. There's a few cases like New York has like a big secret area where well, it's not really that secret, but it's a part of the map that's away from the rest of everything else, and it's like you go there for some money and for like the videotape, and that's kind of it. And that kind of sucks always, because you either decide, okay, I'm gonna risk it all and I'm gonna try to do and I'm gonna try and tackle the tasks in that out of the way area, or you just do that one area as like a cleanup on like your second run or something, which isn't very fun.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I mean, I think the level design is the most important thing, and Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 probably is the most consistent at it. Um, and the manual does definitely play a big part in that, because you're able to string a combo throughout most of a level. You don't have the revert in 2, which is like the
Yes.
one thing that's like really missing. Like 4 and onwards added like all these different gimmicks and stuff, but like they never felt particularly necessary, because they didn't really like help you keep a combo going necessarily, at least not in a particularly fun way. I mean, I don't think like the I forget what they're called, but in like 4 onwards, you can do like these manuals that are like kind of stationary. Like you can just kind of stab in place and do like tricks for a while, and like I just don't see the appeal in that. It's like
Yeah.
once you can kind of start doing tricks on like a flat piece of ground for about as long as you want, then it's like, okay, that you're missing the point of like why you would want to play these games, really. Um, but yeah, I mean, we're gonna get to like Jet Set Radio later. But even though that game has like the most bare bones trick system imaginable, and that's and tricking isn't really like a part of that game, they're both similar in that they're about routing and trying to figure out how to complete all the tasks as efficiently as possible. But for Tony Hawk, it's more because you want to do everything in as flashy of a combo as you can. Whereas in Jet Set Radio, you want to do it because I mean, you want to do it as fast as you can before the police come and make everything a lot less fun. And so uh, I think Tony Hawk incentivizes it a little better, because it's like you're getting better because it's more fun to play that way, not necessarily because, oh, I don't want to deal with this thing that isn't really fun. Like I don't want to deal with like having to start and stop all the QTE graffiti things or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I think Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 just has the right balance of you know uh good level design, a good trick system that isn't so crazy that the level design doesn't matter. So I mean, I know a lot of people really prefer like the Thug games, for example, because they have way more mechanics to them. There's just way more ways to style. But I feel like you kind of lose something again once you're able to just keep a combo going off of basically nothing, So that's why I prefer a game like Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. But I mean, really, all of the first 3 games are pretty good. But yeah, I'd say 2 is probably my favorite.
Yeah, I'll say the lack of the revert really intrigues me about THPS2 specifically, because
Mhm.
because it means it's like, okay, because you have the manual, it means you can continue combos for a pretty long time, right? And there's an incentive to do so
Yeah.
because of how they because of how they really bounce it around the multiplier and all that. But combos still have a natural end, right? Usually, okay, if you're running into a ramp or like a quarter pipe or whatever, that's it, right? Whereas from 3 onward, you basically had no reason to ever stop coming, right? And to me, it always felt sort of unsatisfying, right? To have to decide, okay, I'm gonna stop my combo here, like to mitigate the risk of like fucking up later or bailing later.
I believe into it was when manuals were like really hard to maintain as well compared to the later entries.
Oh yeah, I guess that's another balancing measure, right?
In general,
Yeah.
balancing, like manuals and grinding are a bit harder to maintain in like the earlier games. Yeah, like at least
the
like
later games suffer from a problem of not only adding mechanics to keep the combo going, but also making the old mechanics easier to do infinites with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like don't get me wrong, it is like the sort of combos like the really high level combos you see for like the later games are still really impressive in a lot of ways.
Yep.
But
yeah, sure.
it does get really old when a lot of them revolve around doing like, loops, just doing like the, tricking off of the same few things over and over again. Because like the balance meter for the manuals and grinding is like so generous that you can kind of just keep going infinitely as long as find a rail to to get on like every couple seconds. It's like, I don't know, eventually it just becomes a little less interesting. It's these games are at their best when you're actually traversing throughout the entire level, which is a big part of why like the goals are so important. Like I don't think Tony
like,
Hawk Pro Skater games are that fun if you're just trying to go for a high score and not doing any of the goals. Because like then you can kind of just pick a spot and you can kind of just rank up the points doing like kind of the infinites.
For sure. Yeah, it's almost like the DMC problem, right? Where there is a mass of endpoint to your combos at some point.
Yeah.
In the case of Pro Skater, it ends up really it opens more flexibility to the combo routes and like, but also de-emphasize the level design more and more. The more mechanics get added to it.
I guess with the later games, you could sort of self-impose a limitation that, okay, I'm gonna see how many points I can get in just 2 minutes, right? And just stop the combo there.
Yeah.
But I like in 2, it seems like, okay, there's a nice balance between like, okay, there's a natural end to combos, and it still feels kind of organic with the level design. Yeah. Does maybe anyone else have like points on Tony Hawk? And before we talk a little more with Tetris, maybe. Or no. Okay, then I guess I'll say about TGM2. It is one of the most legendary kind of Tetris versions. Now personally, I haven't actually played TGM3 that much, so I can't really compare those two. But I really like what they do with pacing in that game. That's basically every sort of it sort of progresses in tiers, right? Every couple line clears, you move up in a tier, and then they add another stipulation to the game. So sometimes they make it faster, sometimes they make it slower. Sometimes at some point they will just remove the ghost piece, telling you where your piece is gonna land. So I really like that escalating, exciting pace of it, and I think that also makes it very naturally well suited for competition. I know Pang and I had a little arc where we kind of went back and forth with who could get the best time on the game.
Yeah.
And I think that's also where they started introducing a lot of the crazy like wall kicks and like 300,060 T-spin whatever. Like I don't even know, right? But like it's a pretty swag game.
Yeah, I think the big upside of the TGM series is like I think a lot of us have been playing Luminous recently,
Yep.
right? And once you get past third point in Luminous, a big complaint I think multiple of us have had is like the game's too fucking long. Like every Luminous run I do now has to be segmented just because I like after an hour I have to like go do something else or something. It's like, and some of these runs can take over 2 hours, right? TGM is like really smart about the way it creates a really condensed package that you're never gonna go over like maybe 10 minutes, right? And you'd have to be like a god to get up to like 10 minutes of like you just surviving that long, right? It's got a lot of like I think with Tetris in general, it's not necessarily like an issue, but something like I guess a naivete of most versions. Sort of like, okay, yeah, we're gonna scale the speed, the rows that you drop per frame. We're gonna speed that up like sort of linearly or like pseudo linearly over time, and that's sort of just gonna be that's the challenge escalation, right? And like Ziad was saying, TGM has like a lot of different ways that it will vary that. It'll like for one, it's got that sort of, especially with TGM 2. I think TGM 1 might have I think it had this as well. It'll like there's sort of a dip before it really starts going crazy. Like you'll sort of ramp up for like the first like 200 or 300 and then or lines, and then you'll get sort of a break for a sec, and then it goes nuts. And once the game hits like it's like what is it 20G? Is that like the crazy gravity that like it's like instant drop more or less?
Yep.
It's like it sort of turns into a different game, which I like. Like you can't necessarily use like the low speed drop techniques. You have to sort of rethink how you there's a lot of placements that would work at low speed drops that don't work at high speed drops just because like the shape of the piece coming down you can't get it in. I think TGM2 over 1 you get the sort of sonic drop, sort of this like pseudo hard drop where it doesn't lock in but it does drop it to the very bottom of the screen like instantly, which is like just a great quality of life feature.
It's like something I'm still missing in a lot of modern Tetris versions. Like Tetris Effect doesn't have that, for example. It's
exactly. Yeah. It's either just like hard or soft, and it's like having that sort of in between, which like it was crazy how long I went without knowing how to like hard drop where you like lock it in.
You press up and then down, and then it's basically instant.
Yeah.
It's like that's such a nice option to have.
I love the way you can buffer like the piece rotation on the way in. It actually, I think that's a really great way to incentivize you actually looking at the top and like knowing what pieces are coming up next. Something else I think is cool about the game is like as the game gets harder, when they like as they sort of run out of ways to like change your speed, it'll just change the delay timings on things like obviously when you clear a Tetris or whatever, there's like a delay for it to sort of register and like a little animation plays, and that animation will actually change to get shorter as the game goes on, which is really neat. And there's a couple other different like animation delays that it'll actually vary as a challenge escalation mechanic. I just think it's like probably in terms of like especially like no hold Tetris, because Grandmaster 3 is a hold it has a hold feature. TGM2 is probably the most polished one, and it's sort of I don't think there's any competition. Mostly because no one makes a Tetris out of hold anymore. Like that's just sort of become the de facto standard. So having TGM2 where it's you still get the sort of retro Tetris style, but you're not playing fucking NES Tetris without the the bag randomizer or whatever it's called, and the shitty NES controller. And all this stuff. It's like it's very very polished. It's got different modes that sort of make it like easier to on ramp. I don't think I know between Ziad and I have you ever gotten an S1? I think I might only got an S1 like
dude,
once.
It's been so long since I played. I can't really remember my scores, but like I definitely didn't get to like the highest echelons for sure.
Yeah, no, neither. It's like it's a game. It's like a version of Tetris you can learn forever, and it's not gonna make you fucking sit there like grinding it like like for like long ass runs for high scores, like some of the other
Yes,
Tetrises do.
yes.
So yeah, I just respect it a lot as like just a really really damn good version of Tetris. And it looks great too. It's got great music. And,
Yeah.
it's got lay vibes. Yep.
Yes. I guess I'm gonna stress again that like it plays really really smoothly, and yeah, just the flexibility of the controls. It feels like a modern Tetris in that way, but then the lack of the whole, like Pang said, that really still gives it a unique flavor. I think that is a massive massive difference between sort of those eras of Tetris, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything against Tony Hawk. I would also that's another game I'd like to get into eventually and sort of feel my way around. But I do feel like I've seen like my old roommate used to speedrun Pro Skater 2 on our Dreamcast. So I used to watch him a fair amount. And I do think there's a little bit of unfair argument because it's fucking Tetris, but Grandmaster 2 has like the skills. You could learn this game for like years. Like it is really it's a really in-depth game. But I think Pro Skater 2 is also very deep, right? But I do appreciate the Tetris Grandmaster 2 is even shorter, and yet he's still just like there's so much you can pick up in it. It's like from the way the physics work to how the physics change over time to all these different little like the scoring elements, the grading elements. It's very very nuanced game, which I really appreciate.
I guess I'll say on a very petty note, right? I think when you pop out, you're either a Tony Hawk guy or a Tetris guy. Sorry, not a Tetris guy. Either a Tony Hawk or a skate guy. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Yeah.
And I'm just a skate guy, you know. I don't want to be playing balancing mini games every 5 seconds. Like I don't have time for that. That's my argument against Tony Hawk. Fuck y'all.
Okay, arcade versus simulation.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll
So
option
not,
select it depending on the situation. You know, sometimes I'll be arcade, sometimes I'll be simulation. Yeah.
So I've not played enough of like either of these two games. None of these two games are like even just generally for me, but I have to rep Tony Hawk for the culture. So sorry, there was skateboard parks near where I lived when I was younger. So I gotta.
I respect it.
My only point in favor of Tony Hawk is Jackass. Was this is still pre-Jackass, right? Or like
Yeah,
right
I
around the
think
same
so. It
time?
must be.
Yeah.
Jackass was Underground 2, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think what first season Jackass was 2000. Am I wrong on that? Maybe 01. It's definitely that's the flavor of the time. So I can't really make a vibes point against Tony Hawk. Other than that, Jet Set Radio is a little cooler, but
Look,
we'll get to
Pro
that
Skater
later.
2 has Power Man 5000. Okay, you know.
Oh, that's fucking sick. Okay, this is hard for me. I
Yeah.
think those who've been watching Beach didn't know I used to have the Limp Bizkit PFP that I've dropped. But I mean, I was listening to fucking Slipknot and all that shit in the car yesterday. Flyleaf, all the classics. I do love me some fucking that era of music for sure.
I feel kind of bad about it for this one because I'm a total Tetris scrub. I'm a full casual. I couldn't tell you anything about these mechanics, but I got a vote for the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I guess it's time. Type in chat.
Tap in.
It's tap for a reason.
Mm-hmm. It's
Fuck,
over.
no, y'all
It's
can't do
over.
this. Y'all can't do this. Y'all can do this, yo. I might have to change the rules. I might just have to vote every time.
Yeah, it was casual chat. Too many casuals in chat.
No,
Yeah,
why?
And then clearly 80 combinations or whatever.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, we have a lot of people who could still vote Tetris.
I get Steve-O's videos on my. I still use
John,
Facebook
if you
to just
abstain, then
watch,
Tetris is gonna lose.
This is really off topic, but I use Facebook mostly to like my algorithm's perfectly set up, so I just get like Family Guy clips as I just scroll through them. But it shows me Steve-O clips all the time. I don't know why. They're good, but he's sort of funny nowadays because he's like super vegan. He doesn't do drugs or anything.
Has
The
anyone
stories are
talked
good.
to him about going on Family Guy?
That's true. He probably has been on Family Guy. I gotta look this up.
Okay, John and Hot Pocket, you could still save it. By voting for Tetris.
This is your grave, you dug.
What do you mean it saves it? It's 5-2 right now.
Okay, it's wait no, it's
we had
now it's 5-4, right? Wait,
Wait,
I
I'm
don't,
Yeah,
not-
I've
I
heard
don't think
Tetris. And John
Monroe,
voted
did
Tetris
he
too.
vote?
is-
Did Monroe vote?
huh?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
voted
Monroe
Tetris.
voted
Yeah.
Tetris.
So it's pretty close, guys.
Yeah, Hot Pocket, you could like if you vote Tetris, then it's even.
All right. Here, tell me on Tetris the Grandmaster 2's music versus Pro Skater 2's.
YouTube is free.
Who was on the Pro Skater 2 soundtrack? Was it
I think NWA is on it.
Okay, it's got Bad Religion. There's not that many songs on here actually. I guess this was still early days. Oh, okay. It has it's you off of No Control for the Bad Religion song. That is a big it's got Most Def on here. No way.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is from the era like I've listened to like the mid '90s skate punk shit. I've listened to like MXPX and I don't know. Actually, I listened to ska for a while. I think what's the big ska song that's in it's in one of the Pro Skater games.
I guess that's it.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking over. I'm
That's-
sorry.
Fuck, dude.
I learned my lesson after last year for voting on games I haven't played.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Dude,
Dude,
Luna, to
Eco's
answer your
not.
question,
By the way, Eco did Mega for 2001. It's not that
Thank
bad.
God.
It's a good
Thank
game.
fucking God.
the game
Y'all are,
fucking sucks.
dude, that's crazy how y'all got radicalized by a 7 out of 10. Like,
Luna, TGM2 is mostly it's like chill out room music. It's good. It's like from that nice era of like
Okay, elevator music.
turn of the
Got it,
millennium electronic.
Luna, are you changing your vote?
No.
Okay.
It's like
I
dub
just
house
wanted to
shit.
prove
Well, okay. Oh, my little line is not showing up on stream. What's going on? What?
Oh
Run
no.
the
Oh,
Max
technical
out.
difficulties. I can't actually lock in THPS. Oh, there it is. Okay.
It's been a rough pang day. This is why I wasn't gonna.
It's not going well right
2000
now. It's
originally.
not going well right now. I'm not gonna lie with you. I'm mad about Perfect Dark as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we get to the mid off of the year.
Time for only me and Rap to talk about North.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess I'd say really quickly maybe we're not doing super good on time. So yeah, we should keep it like a little bit shorter per game. And I mean this is like one of the last matchup in round 1, so like it should go faster for me.
Yeah, then we can do a lightning round or something.
Yeah, I mean there's a couple
Oh,
more games we
yeah.
still need to talk about, but like yeah.
Can I this is my really quick. I talked to my friend about Final Fantasy 9 and he said, "Oh yeah, that game's really dog shit. I hope nobody you talk to likes it."
Yeah, it is out of the reason I dropped it is because I actually think it was one of the better stories out of the Final Fantasies I've played, especially from that era. It's a little more straightforward, but the character writing I actually was rather impressed by. But that is such a I am an ATB defender, and that is some fucking boring ATB. It's got the worst like gimmick from the era, which is the trance. Is that right? The trance mechanic.
Yeah.
And it just randomly pops. I mean, not randomly. It like builds up on a bar, but you can't control it. So it's like, oh, okay, I got trance.
It's like No More Heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why this is a good matchup because North combat is also dog shit. So
Oh yes.
Yeah.
it's all about the vibes.
Yeah,
But
Nolf
yeah,
is
Nolf-
Oh yeah, go ahead. Talk about it.
North is more about like I'm not joking. It's a good matchup because both these games aren't exactly known for their combat. It's more about their narrative, pacing, general vibes, right?
Yeah.
Enough is really about like the combat is functional, it works, but especially if you play the other Monolith games, it's nothing special. Enemies basically go nearly towards you. The level design tries to make up for it by having more paths and the like. It's actually very very fear like in terms of level design, but the AI don't know how to take advantage of it. But yeah, Magnetic Beeline, the stealth is very basic. Although it's the only game alongside Thief and Splinter Cell that does sound-based mechanics, which is really cool. But it isn't as good as Thief or Splinter Cell. But yeah, it's more about the narrative and especially for the time, because this is a very, I guess, feminist story. It's about a female agent that's basically got inside a man's world, and just her presence is already very disruptive. Multiple times when you come out of mission, there's like very casual misogyny, like, oh, we shouldn't trust these delicate matters with a woman, or you're lucky, we are low on guys, we can only send you stuff like that. And the 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 le- the set piece itself are very good. There are like each level has something unique going for it. Like there's a level that starts you on a plane where you fight through it normally, and then the plane starts crashing, and you need to go down. And while you go down, you need to catch up with a guy that has a parachute while getting shot at by other goons coming your way. And there's stuff like that that are really really varied, despite the simplicity that makes it a joy to go through. And Kate Archer is a really good protagonist. It's very witty, very suave, very sexy spy. But you have this social commentary on top. That's a bit layered in irony. That's why many people, when you hear, especially certain people, go, "Oh, it isn't preachy or it isn't like this other work game or whatever," because it's very ironic, even though it's very direct. So people feel like it isn't shoving at their face, even though the situations, if you reflect about them, especially in the place of a woman, is kind of fucked up. Like there's something early on where a guy that is with a girlfriend and starts flirting with you for some reason, and then starts acting like he's in a right. Stuff like that, are very casual. It's like it isn't like purely systemic, like just casual day-to-day misogyny. That if you pick up on is, I think, is very how should I put it? I don't want to say impactful because that isn't the word I'm looking for, but something along those lines.
Yeah.
And another thing is the comedy is also really good. It's like the main character is very witty, very almost childlike, very whimsical, but also with some dirty jokes and more, I guess, adult stuff sprinkled throughout. It isn't for everyone. I heard someone say that the comedy didn't really hit for them, but if you like the type of humor, I think you'll like this game from a narrative perspective.
Yeah, the feminist angle of it, that's kind of surprising for the era. That's pretty cool. I think I guess maybe if we were to compare these two, I would wager a guess that Nulf's like sort of shallow quote unquote gameplay is probably much smoother to get through than FF9's.
Oh yeah,
So,
I personally think it's still fun and has some cute ideas, even though the execution is like the best. Like for example, your way of getting rid of bodies, you can drag them because you're a woman, you're fragile, whatever, right? So they give you like this like poison vial that if you throw it to a body, it disappears, but it's limited, so you can't use it all the time. So you have kind of like a limit to how many bodies you can hide, which is pretty interesting.
It's cool.
It doesn't get played often, but when it does, it's pretty useful.
So I want to run through Final Fantasy IX just real quick.
Yeah,
For the first few hours in preparation for the GGC,
Oh.
and it was honestly a pretty cute intro. It didn't really seem like it was really excellent in any particular way. I do think Ping has a point, like the writing's very nicely straightforward in terms of like its characters, but also by nicely straightforward, Zidane is like a complete creep to all the women he sees in the first few minutes, so it's kind of weird.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's true.
Which was kind of almost a vibe killer, but it is a very, very adorable JRPG. It definitely felt like it has like a nice dollhouse vibe again, I should say. I don't think it was particularly exigent in any particular way though, but I guess if like that sort of level of whimsy is interesting enough, I think No One Lives Forever sounds more interesting though, but I'm
Mm.
honestly going to abstain from this vote. But those are just my Final Fantasy IX impressions.
I hope I don't
Gameplay's kinda
oversell
whack.
it because the gameplay is really very average. I personally enjoy it, but I tend to not. As long as other elements of the game are good, I tend to enjoy this type of game. But yeah, if you want deep mechanics, for Monolith, you rather play Blood or Fear.
The couple times that I did sort of sample FF9, I always changed my name to Zia Dane because I thought it was funny. And now that I know we also have the misogyny connection, me and Zidane, like, okay, like,
Yeah.
it's meant to be,
Not dodging allegations.
For life.
I'm Bird Gang's head misogynist. No, but seriously, like, I guess one thing with Nulf, I was told it gets a lot better, but like the way it kind of introduces itself is pretty slow. One of the first, the very first chapters you do is like this, like you shoot guys on rooftops and like it's like announced to you, and it's like okay.
I like that moment in terms of comedy because the guy is like half deaf, half blind, so you get a lot of clever wordplay there. If you watch the cutscene, I don't know if you did.
I think I did, and I think I skipped everything.
Like I think he's talking with the tourists, and he's like, "Do you have the time?" And he's like, "No, I don't have a time." Are you deaf? Why are you judging me? Stuff like that's really smart comedy.
I think that's definitely a game where you have to watch the cutscenes. Yeah.
Yeah, the cutscenes are very entertaining.
I feel like okay, given my earlier misogyny comment, maybe that's gonna sound weird. Like that's not what I mean at all. But like I do feel like with Final Fantasy IX, there's something about the vibe of that game that does really appeal to me. That I feel like I might connect with if I can swallow the ATB. Yeah.
Honestly, same here. I hear a lot of good things about BB.
I personally think FF9 has like the best like character arc moments in the series, if I had to say.
The story where I got
characters like Vivi or Freya, they have really cool arcs to them. But yeah, the ATB is really simple, even by the series standards.
It just seems very slow as well. Like,
although one positive thing I can say is that like the end game is very based around utility rather than burst of damage, which you really need. But like compared to FF8 and FF7, the RPG systems are way less, I guess, ambitious because like FF7 has the materia, FF8 has the old mess with the junction system that you can break in a trillion ways. FF9 is more safe by comparison.
We're talking about the definitive versions of each game or whatever, right? Or the taking.
We can take it into account, yeah.
So we should really take into account Duck Station. That's
so true.
We can speed up the official versions for Final Fantasy IX as well now.
Yeah,
that's basically
that's great. That's so great. That's like it makes sense that they did that, but at the same time, like that's so funny.
It's like they know.
They know. That's the defeatist re-release.
Yes.
Like,
we don't care. Just fucking buy our game.
I like when a game selling point is you can speed it up.
It's the problem with the new version is that it looks like ass. Oh my god, it's so bad.
They use like a very weird bilinear feature.
It's actually insane.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait for the 90s want to talk about 8, and that one has an awesome remaster. And it's a little buggy. They did not put that same level of effort fucking reverse engineering the original. The 9 remasters, yeah.
Literally, there's nothing easier than just doing nearest neighbor scaling. Like, why does never just do that? Like, oh, okay.
At least have it as an option, you know?
Yeah.
I remember Square being like, "You like the chunky pixels?" I think with the Chrono Trigger remaster.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, they don't like how we improved the sprites. Like, that's crazy. What?"
Like Animic 2X filters.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. Do y'all want to vote? I think I'm ready. Nulf. Monroe, this is your time. You're clocked in, right?
Yes, actually. You already saw my vote. Yeah.
Um,
Okay, that's 3 for Nolf. I take this. Yeah, 2 for Final Fantasy.
I think
Good.
I think Final Fantasy IX accomplished the vibe it was trying to go for because Sakaguchi wanted to be like reminiscent of the very classic Final Fantasy games because that was pretty much like the end of an era, and I think that was really I think they captured that. Also, it gives me like feels like a stage play at sometimes. Like it's really hard to put into words. It's just that like when like you're playing it in motion long enough, it's like you know, I don't know. It's just very. I think it's very cleverly written. I really like the characters. Really love the music. Um, only real issue is like I said, that ATV is too fucking slow. Like I don't know how what they were thinking.
It's the PS1 load times. They were just pushing too hard. Probably. I don't fucking know. Actually. So that's 4 for FF9 and 3 for Nulf. Does anyone else wanna maybe pitch in?
Do I have to? I don't even know what I would
Do you want to
pick.
save? Do you want to save Nulf?
See, I wasn't here during the debate because I was getting food. So
just pick one. Just pick one.
Does anyone else want to break the tie? Why don't you break
Oh no,
the
it's
tie?
not. It's not tied. Like FF9 is ahead right now.
FF9 is ahead.
Oh yeah, I don't give a shit.
Well, okay. If nobody gives a shit, then we'll just give it to FF9. You can still stop me.
That feels exactly how about both these games.
Marvel 2 is about to cook either of these games, so
yes.
the real mid, the real fired mid.
Victory.
Okay.
Can't believe Femini's lost this day.
Now it's time for Sin and Punishment versus Pokemon Crystal. So Ryan is like our resident Sin and Punishment expert. He's literally the Sin and the Punishment. There's only one game we already made this joke, but like there's only one game he likes more than this one, and it's Sin and Punishment 2. Yeah. I guess I'll say really quickly what I find really compelling about this game is that it's an all-rail shooter, right? Sort of. And they're already voting.
Oh yeah. The first thing we have to mention is that this is like probably the best soundtrack of any game.
That's so true. See, it's like there's an obvious connection to the shmup genre, right? The whole thing that's as a shmup noob, I guess the whole thing that's interesting with shmups is that you have varying types of projectiles. Some track you, some don't, and then where you're like you position yourself on the screen to dodge the projectiles, but then that's also how you attack, right? And then depending on what you attract and where you're going, there's a lot of really snowbally kind of ripple effects that emerge from that, right? I think Sin and Punishment takes that to kind of an interesting dimension by separating the attack and defense sort of components, right? You have a separate reticle that you aim with, but then the reticle still has a very significant travel time, right? Which that makes the game feel very different from modern incarnations of this kind of concept. And then it sort of leans into that with things like the projectile parry, right? Where to parry a projectile, your character needs to be near that projectile, right? But then where you're aiming it when you're parrying it is decided by the reticle, right? So the game constantly leans into that relationship between those two things. And it does that while also being just really tight, 30 minutes, cool presentation, awesome music, really well designed around the N64 controller. Treasure of the Goats, yeah, that's my spiel on it. Maybe Ryan, do you wanna? I think so. I try to 1cc it on normal. Have you've probably done it, right?
Oh yeah, I just posted in the chat for the bit.
Yes.
I did the hard run as well.
Oh shit! Holy fuck. Normal already gets so hard, dude.
Yeah. Well, I think like Luna was mentioning that probably didn't give the real best impression on normal mode because we'll say one of the things that changes, not enemy damage, but the amount of health you get from drops is lowered on hard mode. Like there's normal is kind of like if you're like half decent, you'll get carried by health a lot of the time. But um yeah. I will say the one thing I've really appreciated about this game, probably more than the sequel, where aiming is, it's like the Wii game, so aiming isn't really as much as like a mental concern. But in this
Yep.
game, it maybe a lot of like patterns in certain attacks are not individually hard on their own, but you're sort of managing like 5 different things at once, like around your character. You're moving, then you're aiming, you're trying to jump, and I have to mention this too. Very awesome mechanic where if you take damage in the air, you get sent into this falling animation, and then you take more damage when you hit the ground. So that's another thing you have to be wary of. And then there's also the whole thing where it's kind of like the most streamlined version of the type of like aiming types that Treasure had been using, like Gunstar Heroes and Alien Soldier, where in this game you pick between like the completely manual strong shot or then the auto lock that has lower damage. And even then that's still useful at points, right? Like if you're deflecting a lot of rockets, you can actually use the lock on shot to sort of like set that up for you.
Yeah.
So definitely a lot of sort of niche interactions you can do.
There's like some tech there as well that you can use the auto lock to snap to the nearest target and then switch to the free lock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, to do more damage. And mastering that is really satisfying.
Yeah. What else? I will say, I think in this particular game, you can kind of autopilot the melee because it's just like proximity based, right? And basically, you can just like buffer the input constantly, and you don't really have to time it at all. So it's like, a little spammy, but at the same time, right? Because aiming and sort of your position are separate, you have to still aim at guys like the helicopters when you're sort of fighting the naval base. That's like a good example of what I mean, where you're sort of, taking a lot of different things into consideration. Like it's a very dexterous game. I will say, exposing myself as a fake fan for not having played it on N64 yet with the actual controller.
Dude, I sold my N64 recently. That's so fucking tragic. Like I think it runs pretty good on the Mr. Core already. But I haven't played past like the first level, I think. I'm definitely super excited to get back into it because I was mad that I stopped my kind of 160 practice. I guess maybe to get some balance in here. Luna, you were not super into the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like the vibes, but it's not. I don't really particularly enjoy Sin and Punishment that much. I do think, like, honestly, the biggest thing I got from it was like the aesthetic was super sick, but most of the time it felt like I was playing on autopilot. But I think that was more a product of just me playing both times on normal, and I probably should have just loaded a save and played on hard the second time through. Just not my kind of rail share. But I love Sin and Punishment 2 a whole lot more though, so I'm not quite sure if it's a genre thing. It just doesn't do it for me though. But I totally respect the vision that people are talking about here. I can see it.
Yeah.
I think my last point is just sort of something I really appreciate about the game's presentation, where obviously it's a very 3D game and does a lot with
Yes.
sort of changing its camera angles and like the perspective while keeping the movement to a like really understandable 2D plane. Shit like the octopus boss near the end, where it's like the tentacles sort of spawn around it in a circular way, and you're still kind of moving left to right, and that shit's just so cool. I mean, it even gets to the point where the very final level is like just straight up the running gun where you manually move across the whole level. That shit's sick.
I think there's something genuinely masterful about just how early into kind of 3D games they had such a good grasp of like moving the camera in really exciting ways, moving you from environment to environment in really exciting ways, and like it has this really exciting cinematic feel and pacing to it, while still only aiding the gameplay. Right? At no point do those things ever clash. That's actually really impressive. Like given it's such an old game. I guess like there's no meaning. This is once again a case where there's no meaningful comparison between Pokemon and fucking Sin and Punishment. Maybe does anyone like does anyone have like a point about either game that they want to get out really quick before we vote, or like are we good?
My Crystal's harder.
I'm gonna be real. Sin and Punishment deserves it more.
Raph is right though. He like died right away in Crystal. Like the first level of Sin and Punishment is like snooze fest. It's boring.
That's true. I was gonna
Literally
do
can't die.
see.
Bad game.
I was expecting.
But the first track that plays in Sin's Punishment is a banger.
Obviously, I wanted Perfect Dark to win the first round, right? And I was gonna do a whole bit like, yeah, Perfect Dark is almost more of a rail shooter than Sin and Punishment. Well, like, yeah, I missed my chance.
I think Sin and Punishment deserves to win because Crystal knocked out Perfect Dark.
Exactly. Yes, this was not right. It was not right. We need to fix
The
it.
N64 still gets to win.
Yes. Oh yeah, you're right. Damn. Okay. Do y'all want to vote?
I think my vote is obvious.
We already voted at like frame one.
So 4, 5. Okay. All right.
It's over.
Damn. All right. I've taken so many. I've taken so many L's today. I thought maybe I'm always expecting a troll. So. Okay.
I don't think
We're
we
about
can bring
Pang's
ourselves
about to take another L though.
Sorry, Pang.
No,
was
we're
really rooting for Crystal, but
okay.
That's how it goes.
I guess Pang, this is your you were already called up. This is your moment.
Yeah, this is the only reason I was even on this year. Yeah. If Thief 2, actually these are sort of the same game from what it sounds like. Because JSR is also a game where you have to go in liking the aesthetic, and it's primarily routing around enemy guards in each level. And that's not even really a bit. I think it's I've called it before Resident Evil with Schmovement. It is like sort of similar where you have these guards, right? I mean police, like Evan mentioned earlier. They will chase you on the level, and then you're trying to basically spray graffiti at various points in each level. So once you spray all the graffiti in a level, then you're done. But the more graffiti you spray, like there's basically thresholds at which they'll introduce a new kind of enemy, and then the enemy will get placed at deterministic points within the level, and then your routing is basically like, okay, what graffiti do I want to get to at the start? What like placements does that give me for when I'm trying to access graffiti later in the level? You're also thinking about it's like sort of momentum based, so you have like these two versions of the jump. One is sort of like a light jump, just like a tap jump, and then when you're at a certain speed, you get this very long jump. So you're also thinking like, okay, if I'm at this point in the environment, what can I use to gain enough speed such that I can make a longer jump and get to this other part of the level. So I there's a lot more that goes into it. There's like a scoring system. There's also some sort of meh chase levels, and there's that funny final boss. It is like I think it does have jank of its own, but overall I do find it to be a like extremely well designed take on that like sort of routing genre. And it the way it does, there's like no other game that does it. Not even sequel is like. It has a completely different focus with its mechanics.
Yep.
So I respect the JSR like has this like it's very like it's very taut. It's very the way its mechanics are entwined are very well laid out. It's got a cool soundtrack. Yeah, and the big thing for me is the level design in the first half of the game, you go through like all these areas individually, and then the second half, you do all the areas where it's like 3 different locales, and each locale is made from all the other areas stitched together, like organically, with like new areas.
That's really dope. At the end,
it's so smart. It's so fucking sick. There's like, for interest of time, I'm not gonna do my whole fucking spiel about it because there's so much more I can get into. But yeah, I think this is like, I mentioned Wario Land 3 earlier as a game that was very influential on me, and around this time I played Jet Set Radio for the first time, and that like really blew my mind. That was like one of the first big like, oh, I think I like this kind of game moments. So yeah, really amazing game.
Pang, I said this in private. My bid for you is that you're the routing guy, right?
I've stumbled into this. It's so easy to talk about routing. Well, in my when I've written out my like analysis technique in the past, and that's more or less just routing. It's like routing every single state in the whole game. So that's how I think about games.
You made a really great point in your backlog review as well, that this is a game that makes you engage with the routing really directly as an organic part of its campaign, right? Not as a obscure like speedrunning post-game thing or something. Like it's a very intrinsic part of this game. And I replayed it for this, and even as someone who really like only finished it once and didn't try to improve my scores very much, I had a remarkably good time. I was I don't know, it's like it's a game that's very fun in a very surface level way, right? Again, you mentioned the aesthetic, the music, blah, blah, blah. And like it's interesting that I feel like almost nobody actually talks about how the game plays, right? Or what you actually
people get filtered. I mean, if you look at most people talking about online, it is like I don't like the controls. It's too clunky. I think that what makes it very compelling also makes it hard to get into, and that is this game will teach you how to route because it fucking makes you do it. Like you will not. I've said before, like Future is like easier as a game, but it's like more frustrating because the only way they can slap you on the rest of the game is just to like annoy you. It's like, oh, okay, you have to do this fucking platforming sequence a bunch of times, and if you die, then you sort of like put you back in sort of level, that kind of thing. But people get through that one because it's just a slap on the wrist. Like if you don't learn how to route in the original Jet Set Radio, then you'll either have you'll have a really bad time like slogging through it because you're sort of just doing things randomly, or you'll just get filtered. And I think that makes it a little bit of a hard sell, but it's like honestly the game's not like that hard. If you haven't ever like played a routing game before, this is a good first one because it's sort of it makes it very obvious from how the mechanics are laid out, which I appreciate.
Isn't the tutorial like the hardest part similar to Driver?
Yeah, well, okay. Unlike Driver, you don't have. It's got like a separate like pseudo tutorial if you just start the campaign. If you do the tutorial from the menu, that'll teach you how to like get jet ranks. But I don't recommend. I would recommend playing the game once and then playing that tutorial. And that tutorial to clear, you have to do your first like infinite loop, sort of like how Evan mentioned earlier in Pro Skater 2. Because
that tutorial is really funny.
It is. It's so awesome. I will say it does have that same issue where like if you want to go for like trick scoring, you just do the fucking loops, and it's not that interesting. I do think that it makes up for it for the fact that it has routing based scoring as well, and you can you could jet rank every single mission in the game without ever doing an infinite loop, which I appreciate.
I never done anything like that, and I just like grind out my jets. It took me like 4 or 5 tries for like 3 or 4 stages I did.
I'm not gonna lie, that's how I did the last three areas. I got this requisite score that I just sped run all the graffiti. But I know when Drax wrote his review, he didn't do any infinite loops. He was like, I'm not gonna do that. He actually he to his credit, he actually went through and did every single one as a routing exercise, and he said it was very feasible. So even if there's some missions later in the game where it's like you'll have like 2 choices of enemies in an area depending on when you come to it, it's like I could come to like the shittiest enemy in the game or the second shittiest. I don't know if I want.
It's really funny because I played Jet Set Radio for the GGC as well, and like I remember when I talked about it in the server a bit, where it was like I kind of definitely bounced off of it because it was like really jank in ways that was really difficult for me to get through. But it's like such a cool game that even like now that it's been like a few days after, I'm finding myself appreciating all my time more.
For sure.
Like it really just rules, even if I don't fuck with it exactly.
Character design is so sick.
I really agree with you, Payne, that one of the best things about the game is that all of the enemy spawns are set in stone. Like
Yeah.
it would have been really easy for them to make it so that you do enough tags and you get like like your wanted level higher, and once it reaches a certain point they would just like they could have just spawned enemies like randomly kind of around you, to chase you around, but they made sure that the enemies all spawned in these predetermined spots, and that really helps the routing. That makes it a lot more fun to avoid the police, because you can preemptively plan, okay, where do I want to, do this tag that's going to get the next wave of enemies to spawn.
Yes, and that's something I brought up in my review, and to me is a big point. And then when Drax wrote his review a couple years later, he sort of looked at it at the other elements of the game. He's like, "Oh, literally every single part of this is deterministic, even down to like the car spawns. Like there'll be cars moving through the streets, and it's like it's on a cycle. You can if you see one car at a given height at one particular point, and you wait for the cycle's length, it'll come back, which is useful for getting some of those." There's like collectibles for the environment that give you like different graffiti, which is itself a really cool challenge because it'll highlight parts of the level you'd sort of skip by otherwise. And yeah, some of those it's like you have to wait through the cycle for a particular car and then hop on top and try to jump from there to get the like little collectible souls. It's like it's really tightly designed in that way. I to me that's like Sega tried a lot of times to like get their arcade sensibilities like for a home market. And I think Jet Set Radio was like the perfect fusion, where it is like it's of that era. It's like a 7-hour on your first playthrough, single player romp, right? But it's still like each level is like it's got those arcade sensibilities. It's got a timer. It's very deterministic. And infusing all those into a 3D platformer when no one had really tried doing that yet is like just pure genius. It's such a good game.
I'll say the handling is definitely strange, I would argue. It is, I think it will sort of throw most people for a loop in the sense in just how floaty it is, right, on first touch. And
oh yeah, it feels like shit.
No, well, not like shit. It's actually
well, see, the comparison I want to draw is like
it's really not the worst. It's not the worst, but like it absolutely just feels like, oh my god, what am I doing? I don't know where I'm going off any direction.
The comparison I want to draw is like Super Metroid, right? Where and like I'd say Super Metroid is tighter, right? But overall, in my opinion, overall, but like, it's like it's something like Zero Mission, for example, right? It feels more sort of intrinsically fun to just jump around, but I totally like in the end I would probably still prefer Super Metroid's controls because they are like this for a reason. They just give you so much more flexibility, right? And I think Jet Set Radio is also sort of in a place where like okay, maybe on first touch like this will not hit my preference really, but there is definitely a reason why it's like this, and the controls are very well sort of configured around the game that you're actually playing.
I wouldn't call it like shit. It's like fermented Icelandic shark.
It's not actually shit. I just thought
it's
so
very
hard.
acquired taste. It tastes bad, but once you learn how to, it's like a cigarette. Right? It's like once you get it, it's like, oh, it tastes bad on purpose. Oh, Jet Set Radio is like Drakengard. It's
so true.
But I will say
the problem with the controls to me is when you are going up a slope in the game, like, and you don't have any speed. It feels miserable.
It doesn't feel fun, yeah.
I will say it does. If you think of it as if you're actually on roller skates, it does sort of make to me that's what helped me make more sense. Is like which also means it's like when you're walking up a hill on some fucking roller skates, it's like you are fighting gravity in a very real way. Which I admire that they not only went the step to try to make it feel like that even when it doesn't feel good intrinsically, but they also made it like an intrinsic part of like mapping your routes, right? Because planning now, and I think one of the things I will give the future is it did make some improvements in that department, just like practical things from where Radio really just gets in the jank, especially when it comes to like the fact that these games don't have like a snap to rail button is, I think, a big issue, right? They really should have had a snap to rail, but I think Future makes it a little better in that regard.
You
and on some
mean
other
like
things.
something like moving the stick left or right and then press and jump to like snap to the next adjacent rail or something?
Yeah, that's how. Isn't that how Tony Hawk works? Like,
No. You
how does-
gotta manually jump in Tony Hawk.
no, I mean like when you're in the air and you're near a rail. Like,
Okay.
yes,
You mean
yes.
like you have to press a button to actually start grinding. You mean?
Yes,
You-
yeah.
You
Okay,
press the
okay.
button and it magnetizes you to the rail.
Yeah, I think I think that'd be a big addition to both these games. But see, now we're getting the small points. I don't want to take them away from the Thief 2.
That's all good.
argument.
It's all good.
Can I make like a small side notes?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
About Thief 2? Since Bang mentioned routing, I mentioned before our sound, visual influence, how you go through a level, but I didn't mention how much the player can influence said level. Like in the game, there's these arrows that, like these more utilitarian arrows, like what arrows used to extinguish flame, which will create a shadow for you to pass, and then you have stuff like noise makers to distract, and but you also have more unique stuff like moss arrows, which are basically portable silent tiles, if I had to describe them. So, for example, you are in a full marble room. You take a step, it makes a ton of noise. You can throw a moss arrow, and then it creates a AOE, where if you step on it, it will be like you will be stepping on carpet, for example. So you can probably throw 2 or 3, and instead of slowly creeping through that marble floor, hoping until that cut, you can just throw the moss arrow and just run, for
Pretty
example,
cool.
and not make any noise. You can have that sort of influence in the level with those arrows. Pretty neat.
That's actually interesting because like it does it seems like the kind of thing that would be pretty. Like I noticed when I played the first level of Thief 1, they actually like on Garrett's map, he has a note, okay, you need to pick this up on your way to the location, right? There's a hidden stash already for you in the city. I think the first item they pick up is like a bunch of arrows and shit. And I'm imagining, okay, like a lot of those, like the starting gear and the items that you can procure in mission is like sort of balanced around the level, blah, blah, blah. But then the way you actually use it is not super scripted, right? And then you make your own routing kind of based on that. That's a pretty cool balance, yeah.
With you have tons of items that allow to, like, I guess, break the pacing. You will normally go through a room, so you aren't like at the mercy of the sound or visual system. So for example, if you have like let's say a room with 3 candles fully lit, you can pass, but but you have like 3 water arrows. You can extinguish them with the water arrows. That suddenly it's a safe place for you to go through, and you have small influence like that throughout the level.
Sick.
And another one that's really cool also is the rope arrow, which does as it sounds. You throw an arrow and then a rope comes down, but you can put it on any wooden surfaces. It isn't like scripted. Any tile that is considered a wooden tile, you can put it on. So yeah, there's more flexibility to the systems that it seems. Even though, like Hot Pocket said, is more depth than breadth, there's still some flexibility there. But yeah, that's my defense.
I guess one thing that I worry with the setup is that like sometimes we'll just talk a lot about one game and then
yeah, I was trying not to.
Oh no, sorry. I was thinking. No, that's the thing. I was thinking of Jet Set Radio, right? Like that maybe it was gonna be too skewed toward Jet Set Radio. So I'm glad we actually got a meaningful Thief comparison there, right? Which is crazy, right?
I have a defensive Thief too.
Yeah, go for it.
It has mods.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say, like, Thief 2 is a lot like Doom, where the base game is horribly outdated. No one really likes it at all.
No. Thief 1, maybe. Thief 2,
Raph is doing a bit. This is a bit.
This isn't a bit. I was hating my playthrough, my replay. It was horrendous. Then I booted up a fan mission. It was like, whoa! Whoa!
That's because you don't have the attention span to look around.
Do y'all want to vote?
I will say Jet Set Radio on PC, you can switch out the PNGs for the graffiti with anything.
Oh.
That's mods, right? Yeah.
So many
Yeah,
TF2.
TF2?
Yeah. All right, yeah. Let's get our votes in.
Okay. This could be saucy. I know John has like... What? Wait, what?
No, John. No.
What? Wait.
So much.
Oh my god.
That's it.
Wait, that's 4 for...
Oh.
Okay. 4. I think...
You were holding out on me.
I think Ryan, you could... wait, no, you already voted. Wait, who's... Hot Pocket didn't...
It's 5. It's 5.
Wait. Wait. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, JSR.
It's 5-4, right?
5-4. Yes.
Yeah, 5
1,
for the
2,
moment.
3, 4.
Yeah, 5-4.
I'm playing a fan mission, which is it's this giant randomized mystery with like timed events all happening simultaneously, and I think that's basically just JSR in Thief.
We should have actually made the rule that you have to pretend that you're in the 2000s, right? And like, you can't vote for future developments.
No.
That's true.
We
You
should've done-
actually can't use the 10-year release versions of things.
Exactly. We've done this. So I think Monroe is like probably. Monroe? Are you listening still, or okay, he's probably not there.
He's making lunch.
Good.
Oh.
No, I'm speed running my next game. Joke's on you.
So like, are you invested in the Jet Set Radio versus Thief 2 debate?
Oh yeah, it's Jet Set Radio.
Okay, that's it. That's it for Jet Set Radio. I think Thief 2 had a good run.
Luna. I didn't realize you voted Jet Set. Okay, no, that's cool.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
You
Gonna
get
be really
the
sad.
vibes.
Be really
Vibes.
sad
No
for a
one
while.
All the people in Thief look like they don't shower, so I have to get into Jet Set Radio.
That's literally the aesthetic. That's literally the aesthetic.
So now it's time for two really similar games: The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. Yeah, we haven't talked about Majora's Mask at all yet. I guess that's like one of. I think that was probably the most voted game for that year, alongside Sin and Punishment. Yeah, and 64 Sweep. I haven't played this one in a long time. It used to be my favorite Zelda game before Breath of the Wild came out. I guess like I'll say really quickly, the thing I find very compelling about this game is that it's sort of the way the world kind of opens up. The facts, a lot of Zeldas are very much defined by, okay, you have this number of dungeons, and then you get the item in the dungeon, and then getting the item opens up parts of the world, right? And one thing I find interesting about Majora's Mask is that it actually only has 4 main dungeons, and that means it has only really 4 of those moments where the world opens up in like a huge way. But I think that's coupled with the side quest focus of the game. So you encounter a lot of different NPCs that give you tasks, and they actually give you useful items. I feel like that gives the game a really satisfying sense of progression, and also, again, with the time limit obviously is the thing that everybody talks about, right? And that means a lot of planning and our main word for today, routing, right?
Yeah.
I think those two things combined probably still make it hold up really well. Again, I haven't replayed it for this, but I suspect it's like the one classic Zelda I would still enjoy a lot. Raph is saying. Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna say this real quick. Raph is saying in chat, it's built on lots and lots of small dependencies. I like that a lot about it. Yeah.
This is gonna be my big push for Majora's Mask. It's like, this is probably the only game of this year that actually means a whole lot to me, because it has like this, in general for games this year, like the general story and vibe that goes through all of its different little character stories. The sort of dealing with loss, dealing with certain feelings of regret, issues that they're all just culminating on this sort of end of world situation that's slowly just rising on top of them. It's sort of like decrepit, dying sort of world in a sense, where everyone's just trying to live out the rest of their final 3 days in a manner of speaking that all just correlates depending on which region you're in. It's all these little small stories that was really formative for me when I was younger, but it's also just a lot that just really means a whole lot to me right now. It's also just like really, really, really well written in terms of like how they emote this, especially for a Zelda game. But more than that, really, more than any Zelda game, it really just ties that all together to a final story where you're ultimately finding a bit of an inner peace with it all, and the voices and the stories of the people you meet. You're filling out this big old Bomber's compendium of all the characters, all the little stories you bring with you, and just trying to make their last few days as happy as you can make them. It's in the Moon RPG genre of video game. It's great.
It's probably the best one of those.
I also say that the time mechanic, while your narrative will need to suspend your disbelief a bit because you can reset it, but somehow the side quests are done once you've done them for good. But it also reinforces like this feeling of hopelessness going through it every time and seeing other people dooming for their final moments. And even though you're constantly helping them with their issues, you don't know if they're gonna survive or not if you're going to stop the moon. I'll say that's very impactful for the narrative.
Yeah, isn't it that you keep the reward of whatever you've done? But I think the people
I
that
think if you complete the quest is cleared for the next cycle, but
yeah, but like I think the
I don't
person
think you can
affected,
leave it midway.
I think the person affected, they still like forget about it, right? I think they still go back to like day one, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's Groundhog Day basically.
Yeah, okay.
They don't remember what happened.
Yeah.
That's why you need to suspend disbelief. But I think narratively, that I guess concession makes the general vibe stronger.
Yes.
Because you're the only one watching them go die every cycle.
Yeah, I want to say I feel like with these kinds of games and with Zelda maybe especially, it's sort of easy to be kind of condescending about like how much people value the writing and the storytelling in them, right? But I think Majora's Mask is like legitimately shockingly mature and well written. It kind of makes you wonder how this even like came to be, right? Like it feels very uncharacteristic of Nintendo to me.
I'll say it's very like folk tale. There's clearly a lesson to be taught for children, but it's a very dark lesson.
Yeah, that's
will make it an experience.
That's a specific point I want to make that the top I say, especially compared to Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom, I'd say so, yeah. I think the fact that you're experiencing, like, obviously this is the same Link from Ocarina of Time, right? So there's the continuity there, and I don't want to overinterpret, right? But like, I do feel like the fact that you're experiencing these themes through the eyes of a child, that is, like, this child that is like the center of the universe, but like everybody's oblivious to what they're kind of, you know, what they have on their shoulders. Like when I'm thinking about it now, I'm kind of getting goosebumps a little bit. It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, I really, really like this game. Like, it definitely speaks to me a lot. And, I don't know, like, I have nothing bad to say about it. It even has, like, it even has surprisingly cool bosses. I don't want to overrate sort of how open-ended the mechanics get, but, like, it is the one sort of classic 3D Zelda that has a little bit of sauce with the Goron rolling, or the Zora swimming, or even the Deku leaf hopping and all that shit. It's just the right amount of actual gameplay in what is typically a very rigid series.
All that cool movement that the 3DS wasn't removed, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Also, yeah, Ryan saying in chat, great, like, only 4 dungeons, but they're all kind of bangers, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, as someone who, for like Ocarina of Time, I really loved that game, even playing in my 20s, for like all the way through for the first time, just because I was shocked by how intricate and like expressive the dungeon layouts were, even though it was like you could totally imagine them just more or less making them the same as like Link to the Past or Link's Awakening or whatever. There's like not a lot of like true verticality, and they totally went in like the right direction for that. And I think if there's one thing that interested me in Majora's Mask, even though I've fallen off in like the first 2 hours of the game like probably 3 times by this point, it's like getting to those later dungeons that are like they like knowing that they just go like fucking insane later on.
The Stone
with
Tower is
the
crazy, dude.
layouts.
This is fucking
Yeah. So
Also,
it
you
looks
say
so
that,
cool.
also, you say that even with the cool dungeon, the overworld is like the star of the show.
Yeah,
And,
kind of.
And in retrospect, given how later entries took so much use from Ocarina of Time, it makes Majora Mask rather refreshing in terms of structure.
Yeah, it's compared to Ocarina of Time, it feels like it was the necessary amount of refinements they got. Okay, we can really condense the overworld and like distill it to its most meaningful aspects, right? And they actually managed to incorporate some nice challenges in the overworld as well. I think Breath of the Wild is good, well written. Like I'm gonna die on that hill as well. Yeah.
Same, I'll die on the same hill.
I love the plots on every character model.
Yeah, like I said, obviously very similar game to Tony Hawk. Yeah.
Did you see my thing in chat?
Tony Hawk routing, not as good as Majora's Mask randomizer, right?
Yeah, if you want the mechanical aspect, just download the randomizer.
Is that actually a thing?
That's true.
That's okay. I'm kind of doing a bit because I haven't played Majora's Mask or the randomizer, but
It's like, yeah, I was told.
I know a lot of people who get a ton of mileage out of those randomizers.
Oh, okay.
Because I think that type of game is already kind of done in this sort of loose key way. That's sort of Metroid-y type thing, which naturally lends itself to randomizers.
I was.
The key lock design lends pretty well to those types of game types.
I was sort of told that Majora's Mask's randomizer is not as fleshed out as Ocarina of Time's yet, or something.
There's also a randomizer that combines both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and all the items.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's insane.
This is oh.
That's pretty crazy.
Okay, I have to look into that more. Nice. Yeah. Does anybody? Again, I'd be very surprised if there's a meaningful comparison we can make here. Like, does anybody else want to like throw in another point, or do we want to vote?
Peng has a great point. He said, "I like the triangle tits in Majora's Mask." So I think that's
they were debating in chat whether they were like, oh well, obviously Breath of the Wild has hornier models, so it's better. And I was like, let's not put the cart before the horse here.
I see the argument because like you can't have triangle tits in real life, right? So that makes Majora's Mask more alluring, right?
If you like those 50s bras, the fucking what are they called? The torpedo bras. That's sort of the same effect.
I was trying to make a case for your argument. Yeah, like
no, this is great because this means that Tony Hawk is pointless.
Let's vote. Let's get to vote. Like, let's type the words in the chat.
There's like one woman in Tony Hawk Skater.
Yeah.
Chauvinist game.
Gotta upload this.
These
conversations are going to be uploaded onto the internet in a public area.
Wait, is the chat getting recorded?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I mean, none of y'all have posted anything that's like insanely out of pocket, so.
I'm just saying, like Tony Hawk Pro Skater. All I can think of is hoverboard cuck. Like I just think of that guy rolling into his wife's room, like, "Hi, honey," and then, like, I can't play that game seriously.
I'm actually glad that chat's been recorded for that Raf's TGM2 bit.
Dude, like, the people need to know, yeah. So Luna had one for Majora's Mask, and the chance to leave, so that's 6 for Majora. That's it.
Oh, so true, kind.
Lightning Return, yes.
That's a good game.
Yeah.
Basically the same game.
I see the vision. I see the vision. Okay. Marvel 2 versus Final Fantasy 9. So, I'll say real quick, I'm a noob at this game. I played it. I sampled it on the Dreamcast over the years, like a couple times. Today, I tried to sort of learn it, and I was so intimidated by the idea of jumping on Fightcade with randoms. Literally, I spent all my time in training mode, and it's a game that feels really fun to play on a very like visceral immediate level, and I really appreciate that about it. It's fucking Marvel 2, right? Everything's been said about it. It's like one of the most legendary games of all time, right? Like I don't think I can add anything meaningful to this conversation. I guess I'll say for a new player, it is very uniquely intimidating, right? Because I think off record we joked a little bit that okay, there's very specific sort of viable teams, and like it's very weird to like assemble one. I'd like to learn this one maybe sorta, but I don't know. It's
have you heard about the ratio tournaments for this game?
Oh, I sort of know about it a little bit. Maybe speak on that a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, this was a big part of this was from Justin Wan, legendary Marvel player. But in order to get people back into Marvel vs. Capcom 2, because like the scene stagnated after a while. Because yes, if we're talking, like the whole cast with no restrictions, there really are only like, if you're being really generous, 15 characters that really make sense to choose at a high level. So there was a ratio tournament rule set decided where everyone in the cast was given a score value, and you have a total of, I forget how many points, so let's just go with, like, as an example, 10. You have like 10 points, and each character is worth a certain amount of points. So you have to build a team of 3 characters that don't overgo the 10 points. So you have someone like Magneto, and again, this is hypothetical, but he's like 8 points because he's stupid good. So if you choose Magneto, you're gonna have to deal with some really shit characters on your team. And so this led to a lot more creativity, a lot more experimentation with the lower tiers of the game, and people found a lot of genuinely cool things that those lower tier characters could do that in previous high level play they just didn't get a chance to shine, because they might have had something really cool going for them, but they had enough downsides compared to just the obscenely good characters that you still wouldn't want to pick them. But in a ratio tournament, these sort of niche uses, got they had a purpose. So like a character like Juggernaut, he has a move in the game like this install that doesn't cost anything, and it makes it so that his next attack deals way more damage. But the interesting thing is that there's a pretty dumb oversight, so that if you tag him out, he keeps that install permanently. So as long as you don't tag him back in, it means that anything he does deals that extra amount of damage. So he's normally a character that's very slow, very wonky, just not a particularly good character. But in this scenario, you put him on, you use him likely on point, you get the install, and then you put him in the back row, and then you make him an assist character. You call him out, he does his assist, it deals a stupid amount of damage. And maybe, you'll DHC delayed hyper combo, and you do a hyper with him basically, and he comes out and he deals a fuck ton of damage. And that's just an example of taking a character that previously would have had no real use in a tournament by any means, but in a scenario like this, he has a purpose now. He has a function. That's a very dangerous word in the Marvel vs. Capcom scene nowadays. Function. if you know, you know. But yeah, so the ratio tournament thing, it is a self-imposed thing, but it's something that gained a lot of steam, to the point where even on Fightcade, a lot of people do just play using the ratio tournament rules. And it's just become a very popular way to play the game. So yeah, it is a big issue that so much of the cast is just garbage by all accounts. But this new rule set really did put a new life on things, and it did it without having to like mod the game or anything because it's just house rules, simple as that. But it does show that the 3v3 system of Marvel has a ton of potential because it means that even characters who might not be that great in a traditional sense, they can still find a purpose. They can still have some sort of use. I mean, you see that in most team games to some extent or another. But since Marvel has a cast of 60 characters, there's a lot of characters with surprising uses that have now been, for the first time, like in the past like half decade now, not even quite that, have finally been unearthed. So yeah, that's my counter argument to the fact that most of the cast is garbage. It's not a perfect counter argument because yes, the base game, it still has this problem, but again, so many people like playing the game with the ratio tournament rules that I think there's some the I think it's a valid sort of defense. Like it's so fun to play that way that people are willing to handicap themselves. So I think that's a pretty positive sign for the game.
It's just like Melee. You need to make up your own rules.
I was about to say, like,
but
Melee.
Melee never really, I don't know, like, because high level Melee has not changed a ton over the years outside of like banning stages. Like people still find Melee fun at a high level regardless. It hasn't really stagnated in the sense that in the way Marvel 2 did. Though also Marvel kind of suffers from like having sequels and not being as popular as something like Smash Bros, whereas Melee is kind of like its own thing in the world of Smash Bros, so it kind of always has an audience. Yeah.
I will say that Melee, I was thinking my counterpoint for that would just be like Melee is a good game. In the top tier in that game is probably like percentage-wise about as bad as MVC2. Actually, probably not quite as bad. MVC2 is pretty restricted.
Probably
with the
not
top
as
tier.
bad, no.
But it's
not
pretty
that far
close.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like at least half the cast in Melee is just completely unviable, and more than that are like you would basically be relegating yourself to like maybe like never getting past like 64th at a major or 65th at a major or whatever. Like so and I don't mind for that game because there's enough characters that make it good. There's plenty of fighting games that only have 12 characters to begin with anyway.
Yeah.
So it's fine with me. But yeah, that's really cool about ratio tournaments. I did not know that because I don't really watch tournaments from over 2 that much, and it's I'm gonna go watch them now. This sounds really cool.
Also, what I had said about the game being a bit intimidating, I think that's mainly because it's a legacy game with a lot of owning that new players need to catch up. But if playing like people around the same level, I won't say is that intimidating because there's a lot of universal mechanics that are, I'll say, easy to grasp, like the magic series, a lot of characters that have really damaging supers, even low tiers one like Civil Samurai. And yeah, I think it's more the case of being a legacy game than it is to like jump in if you want to just mash buttons with friends.
Dude, I think I should like pirate the PS3 port so I can just actually look at the move list while I'm playing. I feel like that would be a good way to start. I think this is really one where you have to start playing with your homies as well. I feel like that would be a nice way to sort of slip into it. Just like not take it too seriously.
Yeah, it's not the same game, but like with Marvel 3, like I mean, I've been playing that literally since that game came out, and it's mostly just been with one other guy. Like that is, similar skill level, and we've just had fun playing that game for thousands of hours at this point. So it's like if I tried to enter a tournament, it's like I don't know, maybe I'd get it, I'd get past pools in some situations, but I'm not gonna get into top 8 or anything. It's like you need to find somebody of a similar skill level. You got to have a friend that enjoys the game. Otherwise, you are gonna get your ass handed to you probably.
Yeah.
Capcom 2 is so good. Why was it so difficult for me to find games for it on this server compared to Melee?
That's kind of true.
Answer that for me.
I haven't played enough Melee lately either, though. Yeah, to be honest with you.
Hey, that's the year 2001, okay? Don't get ahead of yourself.
So, I don't know if there's. Oh, Raph, did anyone want to say?
Oh, nothing. Oh, no, sorry.
Okay.
We should start voting.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything we can like anything meaningful we can say here, but like, yeah, I think FF9 is gonna get fucking massacred anyway. So.
At least after this, we're like done with the long discussions. We can fly through the rest of this year.
Yeah. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are you even counting? I don't think anyone's voted for 9.
That's actually, yeah, that's true. Should we implement a hard time for the O2 discussion? Yeah, I feel like that might be a good idea actually. I don't know. Is there a good way to do this? Like, oh, I could just put it on screen, dude. Like I'm streaming too.
Yeah.
Like I'm so stupid.
It would require being a little bit of a dick, but I think that's fine.
Yeah. Like this thing, I don't
We
like,
can do model UN style.
I don't begrudge any of y'all. Like y'all are doing great. Y'all are awesome. But like I guess it will be more optimal. So like keep the time in mind more. Yep.
We should probably do a lightning round for this one and move on to 01.
Yeah. Let me think actually. So I think Sin and Punishment and Jet Set Radio could be like an actual argument, but like does anyone want like to convince the rest of the panel like that their game is, you know, clearly superior? Or do we just want to vote?
Nah.
Okay, let's just vote.
Sin and Punishment's better. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. So true.
Oh wait. Oh wait, hold up. Which one are we on?
Sin and Punishment versus Jet Set Radio.
Oh, okay. I guess I actually don't really have anything to say. Sorry, I thought we were still talking about the fucking other shit. I was too busy looking up this model UN joke.
I never played the Sin and Punishment, but I'll vote for it out of spite.
So true.
Out of spite for JSR? No fucking way.
Yeah,
JSR
we're
so
voting
good.
Beef 2 out.
I think I would long term probably still prefer Sin and Punishment.
Yeah,
Anyone that doesn't vote for JSR is pro cop.
that's true.
It's funny
That
because
doesn't
I'm
make
the
any sense.
opposite. I've
Fight
grown
the
more
US
and more.
military.
It's fake communism.
I've grown more and more
1,
appreciation
2,
for Jet Set Radio since I like bounced
3,
off it.
4,
Or Punishment, I come back
5.
and feel the exact same way.
I think that's 6 for SMP, right? I'm assuming Connie, that's a vote for me, right?
Yeah.
Cool, okay.
So sad.
I'm sorry, Pang.
So
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, Evan, but I was glad that Future didn't even make it in, so I still won. That was my.
What? You know what? Just take it off the chart altogether. Let's just not have Jet Set Radio.
No, I worked so
So
hard for it.
Majora versus Marvel. This is so weird. There's definitely a part of me that would like Marvel to like. Oh shit. Oh
This is an
wow.
arcade server.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
sure.
like
Oh, come on,
3
Rev.
for Majora. No,
Yeah,
wait, 4
doesn't
for
really
Majora.
matter.
4 for
Sometimes
Majora,
it's
3 for
meaningless.
Marvel.
Majora.
Is
Okay,
Ryan gonna be a
Monroe-
Ryan? You're an arcade fan. Vote
Wait.
for Marvel 2.
Wait.
That's 4-4.
So Monroe said
I'm bad
Majora.
at fighting games.
1, 2, 3,
Fake arcade
4.
fan.
4 versus 4 at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Does anyone else want to throw in a vote?
Oh gosh, it's the tiebreaker.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! Is it up to me? Wait, is it up to me?
No, Monroe, vote. Monroe, vote
No,
for
Monroe already did. I think he said.
Oh, he
Majora.
wait. Oh, he did.
Yeah,
So
wait,
can
I
I-
said it
here?
verbally. Maybe type in
fuck it.
chat so you can see it. Yeah.
Vote something.
here.
But,
I'm here.
but can I
I
vote?
just got back.
Wait, doesn't it mean
Can I
Marvel's
vote?
winning by 1?
Okay, but like, can my vote
Wait.
count twice? Since my birthday was like 2 days ago.
I was gonna say because
What's the vote? Sorry.
Marvel 2 versus Majora's Mask. Monroe, I was thinking. Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
I was
I have no
thinking.
opinion, I have to say.
I was thinking because Marvel 2 is like such a massive fixture in the Black community that maybe you should get
I was gonna say that, but I didn't think it was my place to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just said it. Like maybe you, Kyle, and Raph,
Wait a
like
minute.
your votes could count
Change my
double.
vote. Marvel 2. I changed my vote. Marvel 2.
Sugar said that they
It's
wanted
over.
to know if they could still vote.
I guess
chat.
like so. Sugar, thank you for joining. By the way, thank you for listening. Oh, I guess I could let you on with See, I guess I'm sort of conflicted on it because like
a 3v3 game, so that means that we get to our votes count 3 times each.
So Sugar, I'm sort of conflicted on it because like we had like the same size panel for like the whole thing, and it's like, I mean,
I don't care.
It's not, yeah. That's why I guess like maybe I was thinking to keep the vote consistent, like that we.
No, you're good.
Okay, like but
I've
you could
sat here for 3 hours now, so I could get Marvel to win. I put in my time and effort.
You could.
I was just gonna be spiteful, so.
That's fine. Yeah, you could vote on
that's
2001
the
if you
motto
want.
anyways.
Yeah.
That's the motto anyways. But.
You could vote on 2001 if you want. If once we get to that.
Oh no, I need your help. Majora's Mask.
Okay, wait. So
No, I'm not voting in 2000.
So
I'm not
wait.
voting in 2000. Fuck this.
Marvel 2's a vibes game. Marvel 2's a vibes game.
I'm like confused. Wait, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 for Majora's Mask in chat. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 for Marvel. So Monroe, you're changing your vote to Marvel, right? Or
Yep.
okay. Well, unless anybody else like who hasn't voted, I think Hot Pocket hasn't voted.
I haven't played either of these games. I don't play fighting games. I have no fucking clue.
That's a knowledge gap. Well, we'll get you on the train. Okay, I guess that's Marvel. Wait, I need to scroll down.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, cool. I'm actually I mean, okay, see Majora lose is like kind of sad, but like also there's a part of me that's like, yeah, like for the fake cred, Marvel is like kind of sick. Okay, so now it's
I actually played Marvel. Damn it.
I mean, oh wait, I think Jet Set Radio and Majora's Mask are already in top 4, so like they're still like on the final thing, right? So yeah.
Oh, do we need to vote between these two?
See, yeah, now it's between Sin. I guess it doesn't really matter that much, but like now it's between Sin and Punishment and Marvel vs. Capcom. Yeah. I guess this will be the final vote. Yeah. Oh wait, sorry. I'm looking at my iPad and then I forget that like I'm not looking at not streaming.
Oh, it's alright.
Yeah.
It's fucking over.
Oh.
Which are we voting?
We're voting
are we gonna do a
Sin and
third place
Punishment
vote
versus
or...
MVC2. Yeah.
But after this, are we doing a third place vote? Or are we just gonna
probably not.
Let
me think about it. Wait. Okay, that's it for Sin and Punishment. Woo! Congrats! Clap, clap, clap.
Oh, let's go.
Maybe soundboard. Wait, can we do clap on the soundboard? Wait, no.
The soundboard. Tragically.
Yeah, that feature. So unfortunately been not implemented for the stage.
Oh, what the hell? I had a whole bit planned for 2004 that relied on the soundboard. Damn.
No.
Damn, I'll have
What
to.
a shame.
Yeah. Okay.
What a shame we can't hear people play that extremely fucking loud audio clip that gets played once every other.
So, we got this bad boy over here, and then this one over here. And then Majora and Jet Set Radio were 3 and 4 respectively.
I like it's the same top 4.
Yeah, that was a very productive conversation. So, technically,
the same top 4.
Yeah.
We could still vote at number 5 if y'all want. It would be between those. Like it would be between Crystal, Thief, THPS 2, or FF9. Do we all want to do that, or do we just want to do top 4?
I don't like any of those games.
Top 4. We're low on
Top 4 is fine. Yeah, top 4 is fine. Okay.
So tragic.
So okay,
Yeah.
congrats on the 4. Thank y'all. Thank you to the great panel. Yeah. I guess like we could change the order of these two. So I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, fuck it.
Yeah,
Okay.
No, JSR in third for sure. That's how it should be.
Okay, let's maybe try to go a little faster for 2001.
All of you. Just
See,
saying that
Oh,
every
like
time.
This is the hard year, so we
Yeah.
I don't know how this is gonna go.
This is gonna be so bad.
Yeah, we've been recording for like
Oh, ass.
2 hours 40 minutes.
What a bad year.
No, it's over. It's over.
This year sucks so bad.
Y'all are
Has anyone
crazy.
played any of these?
So I just want to say the anti-eco agenda is like so ridiculous. Like,
No, it's not. It's
and-
well earned. We played that game.
Literally, no,
We
it's,
watched Stalker.
we literally we empirically because before last year no one had played it except like 20 years ago, right? In the cradle. And then wow, this game's so and then we played it and then we updated our impressions. That is that's the scientific method.
Yeah. I'll say, I mean, I don't want to spoil like the remaining years yet for our viewers. I'll say there's some baffling inclusions in some of the other years compared to Eco specifically.
Sands of Time. Sands of Time is Eco, like.
Yeah, Sands of Time
Like,
is just shitty Eco. Like,
Eco has better combat than Sands of Time.
Oh my god, stop.
It's true. It's literally fucking verifiably true.
I'm inclined to
No,
agree.
it's
Eco has
true, but I
tech.
shouldn't have said it.
Okay, let's do Jack and Daxter versus Animal Crossing. Jack and Daxter is like the most generically.
We'll do honorable mentions. Damn.
Oh, sorry. Fuck, I forgot again. Thank you. You're so
30-second honorable mention.
Okay, like,
Okay, I'll do mine real
like
quick.
some of y'all went way over time with the honorable mentions. Okay, like I'm just gonna say it. Like, please stick to the time this time. Okay.
Hold
No,
on.
Ryan was doing my time too.
I'm
It was
gonna
like it was
skip the watch, man.
Yeah, that's true. That's some of the double ones like were okay. I'll just say really quick, Advance Wars, nice, like intricately, maybe not intricate, but like very tightly designed maps. Nice resource element. Yeah, it's a very busted, fucking stupid game. But I like it. Maybe like strat. Sorry y'all. My computer just shit itself. It was not that bad. It was okay. Yeah, I was just talking about Advance Wars. Great game. I like it. Yeah, Hot Pocket, you have an honorable mention here in your list, titled Alien Vendetta, which is that a Doom wad? Yeah, okay, I thought so.
Well, the full text is Alien Vendetta, I guess. Parentheses Doom Wad.
So you're not that excited about it, or?
This was a bad year. It's pretty. It's a very very influential old Doom Wad. I don't know how well it holds up strictly gameplay wise to the later stuff, but it's got like good, it's classic Doom, so it plays well pretty much all the time. And it's got some really iconic levels that I liked and some very atmospheric stuff, especially if you use the like updated music pack where there are modern compositions for like every level. It's just cool. It's great.
John, you have a turbulent relationship with Oni.
I do. This is not strictly speaking a good game, but I think it's a really interesting one. It's sort of like a precursor to like a lot of, or it is like doing 3D action game things like before DMC1 came out and sort of canonized a lot of the tropes and controls, and it does like Oni does a pretty admirable job of like good camera, interesting like thing where you have your med kits and you can use them to like activate sort of like a quasi devil trigger. So there's certain sections that are really hard, and you're like, okay, what you do is you save enough med kits and then you activate them and you enter the super mode and you kick everybody's ass. It is a busted game. It's a game for sickos. Don't play the PS2 version. I think there was some interview with the Bungie guy where he like disowned it. He's like, that's not the game we made. That's the game Rockstar like ported. But it's a really interesting sort of historical piece, and I think there are a lot of good ideas under the surface there.
Nice. Yeah, you sold me really hard on it. I can definitely say that, which is bizarre, but yeah. Evan, you're a Sonic guy.
Oh hell yeah! I love mid. I'm a big fan. Yeah, Sonic Adventure 2, baby. You all fucking grew up with it. You all are like, oh, it's the best game ever. And you're right. If you like mid games, yeah, it's pretty fun actually. Great scoring system. Honestly, the scoring system is kind of what makes the game. If the game didn't have a scoring system, it would probably be pretty bad. It's got a ton of character to it. It's really stupid. Lots of fun stuff. Go play it. It's a fun game. You'll probably not like it if you didn't grow up with it, but it's fun. Trust me.
It rules.
The scoring system emphasis kind of surprised me. Like I'd like to explore that more. Pang, you have written down here Cosmic Smash.
Yeah, it's that game's it's basically like arcade with a direct Dreamcast port. It's a squash game, so it's like the British version of like imagine like wall ball, but with the tennis rackets. And it's like it ends up being like 3D Breakout. So it's you have like a ball you're bouncing back against the wall, and you play this like sort of very like alien-esque ripped dude. It's by the Initial D developers for like the old Initial D. And somehow, yeah, it's got this very nuanced like system of shooting shots based on Virtua Tennis, where it's basically like depending on like the analog direction of your stick and then your direction you're like placing relative to the ball, you'll do different kinds of shots, and it's very intuitive. Got a lot of great level variety. It's a little bit samey because you have to play the first 7 levels like every single time you start a run, but it's got a pretty large subway-esque map where you basically hop between stops, and each stop there's a different level you play. Yeah, it's a really out of all of like the weird Sega arcade games that are like sort of accessible but no one talks about, that's one of my favorites. It's like this really it's very, very unique for what it is.
Cool. I know there's a VR iteration of it now, very recently, which sounds pretty awesome.
Yes, I was shocked that they brought that shit back. Because they brought Space Channel 5 back as well. So like, okay, I guess I wish it wasn't a VR. I wish it was just on a fucking regular screen. But whatever, I'm glad it's back. But yeah, it's very cool. Definitely burn it on a CDR and play on your Dreamcast.
Nice. Luna, you listed a game that I like a lot. Klonoa 2.
Yeah, Klonoa 2 Lunate's Veil is a really cool 2.5D platformer. What I really love about it is just that it manages to tie some genuinely solid platforming stages to a dreamlike narrative, mostly just about like the main conceit of the general story is that like it's like all like the general sorrows or issues that we kind of like fight against in our own like mental anxieties and our own dreams and stuff, like just picture it out into a little visual stage. And it really wraps together into this really lovely and brilliant narrative, honestly, for a platformer of its ilk. And it's just also just got some incredible music, incredible nice visuals. It manages to really just build upon the first game in a way that's really heartfelt.
Yeah, I think the two games complement each other really well. They're surprisingly different in feel by the end.
Yeah,
and I like that a lot. Cool. Okay, this is our bracket. Lots of obvious games and some sicker shit.
I'm streaming right now.
Good combo. You can't see it. Oh, I'm not. Oh fuck, I'm not streaming in Discord. Ooh, sorry. See, Ryan, you asked. Oh, can you pull up the thing again? I didn't realize I wasn't streaming. Okay. There we go. Yeah, this is our bracket. And our first matchup will be Jak and Daxter versus Animal Crossing. I think I was saying Jak and Daxter is like the most generically good game of all time.
Yes.
It's like you go through the environments and 60 FPS and it looks really nice and it feels good and you just run around and you listen to the music and it's just good vibes. Has surprisingly decent movement. Like I wouldn't say it's like as deep as something like Mario 64, but you can definitely do some funky stuff. I like that you can sort of do the DKC thing where you punch yourself off the ledge and then you can like buffer a jump, which is pretty neat. Yeah, just good game.
I would say at a casual level, I'd say the movement, not the movement is similar literally, but yeah, I think similar level of like stuff you can do.
Yeah,
before getting to exploits and shit. I've said before that it's like Naughty Dog, all their games are ripoffs in some way or another, and Jak and Daxter benefits from being a ripoff of a genre that had more or less already been completed, which is the collectathon. So they were able to draw on the best parts of like all the games that came before, and it's not like some of their later ones where the first entry would be really rough or like transitioning to a genre like Jak 2 did is like they're shoving in all this stuff from like the then nascent open world genre. It's a little more awkward, or like Uncharted where it's like the nascent cover shooter genre. Jak and Daxter just feels a lot more mature, and not in terms of like thematically, but in terms of like design chops. So I really do like that game a surprising amount because I'm not really usually into that kind of game, but it's quite good.
Jak 2 better.
One thing about the movement that's pretty interesting is that all the movement options are either fully horizontal or fully vertical. We don't have a lot of diagonal movement. So a lot of our movement comes around to connecting all those horizontal vertical movements to reach places you shouldn't reach in the intended way. And I think that's why I like it so much, despite the generic setting and while impressive open world in quotes. It, while impressive, it isn't like the best area the genre has ever made. But what I enjoy is going to a level, see how much I can reach with those movement options, and yeah, that's part of the reason I like it. It's such feel goes to move around, and like
Yeah.
Pat said, at this point the channel was very solidified. So Jack and Daxter kind of feel like a swan song
Yes.
in some ways,
Mhm.
because
Totally agree.
after that the 3D platformer, as it was done on PS1 and 64, was trying to fade away. There was still a few like Mario Sunshine and the like, but people was trying weren't as receptive of those games because we're going into a post GTA 3 phase when everything was gritty and serious, and which didn't really fit 3D platformer that much. So in that way, was Jack and Daxter was like a redefined goodbye, at least for a bit.
Yeah. I also think the game it does gain a lot from being so seamless. I I would say overall prefer Mario 64, right? But there's something really nice about just like exploring this world in this very organic way without any interruption. The game has a really good flow like that, and I do value that a lot.
So yeah, I'll say one big thing in the entire series, not just Jack and Daxter, is that there's always a lot of forward momentum.
Mhm.
The games always want you to go forward. Even Jack 2 and 3 that are the guns, a lot of the melee is based a lot around that forward momentum, like
Yep.
catching up to enemies with the shotgun, like the I don't remember, like the slam move into the shotgun, for example, is something I use a lot on Jack 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a very forward momentum type of game when they want you to use the moves, constantly moving using your different movement options.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get to talk about Jack 2. I'm just gonna say here because it did make the bracket. But like, yeah, you can hit confirm the range weapons when you punch a guy. That's super sick. But you know, y'all just don't appreciate good games. You know, so, yeah. I guess Animal Crossing fascinates me because it's such a weird game to come out of Nintendo, right? I guess so. So, Raph, I know you've made the argument in the past that the first Animal Crossing in particular is a very mean kind of game, and that edge really appeals to me as someone who could not really connect with New Horizons. I liked New Leaf a lot myself, right? But that's the oldest one that I played. Do you have like thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, in Animal Crossing 1, the neighbors have to like warm up to you a bit. There's a lot of like personality types where they're kind of just constantly angry and will like mug you, or will just like leave like really snide comments. And I think that kind of captures the vibes of moving to a new, unfamiliar place really well. Of like trying to sort of immerse yourself in a new community. I think it's kind of appealing.
In general, it's just an incredible farming sim in its own right too.
It is probably the best of the chores-based Animal Crossing games, because like nowadays they're all like they're very like creative mode. That's like why people play them, and there's not really as much of that in the first one. But it is just like I think it is very comfy as like you collect all your fish, you collect all the fossils and ship them out. You can do the little Game Boy Advance island mini game. It's actually I'm sure I played it for maybe like a whole summer, like 2019 was the last time I played it, and I was shocked about like just how much of like the later stuff sort of appears here. Like there's the whole storyline with the Able sisters, which for a game that like doesn't really have a storyline otherwise, it's really cool that they put this like this sort of relationship that evolves over time in there, even if it's sort of limited to like just talking to this one very shy person over and over again, and sort of getting them to reveal more about themselves. I do think the simplicity of this particular entry, and because I'm a chores guy in Animal Crossing, that's why I bounced off of New Horizons. I never played New Leaf. Like this has always been my favorite one since I was a little kid. So this matchup was hard for me. Actually, like these are both like great 8 out of 10s for me. I like both of these a lot.
Yeah, I think that's a really the really big tonal shift to from like Animal Crossing OG to like some of the later entries, especially like New Leaf and New Horizons or whatever, is because like in the first game, again, you're an outsider. You're coming into this neighborhood. You're the new neighbor. You gotta make friends and you gotta win everyone over. In the later games, they give you like a powerful position. Like you're mayor.
Yep.
You own this island. Stuff like that. So everyone is already on good terms with you kind of naturally because they want to live there, and you're the one who is in control. So you get the say in everything. So yeah, I do appreciate how the first game made you actually earn the respect of your little animal friends. Yeah.
I guess I'll also say that I agree that you could look at those farming sims like Harvest Moon and shit as sort of a precursor to Animal Crossing, but I've always appreciated about the series that it does somehow feel less mechanical, right? I think by New Horizons we definitely get to the point where it gets very grindy and very sort of numbers go up motivated. But like personally, I've definitely like again in my time in New Leaf, I've definitely enjoyed just hanging out in this world and like just poking around and seeing what happens. That appeal of it is very very unique to me to this day. Unless anybody has like any more points, like wants to compare these games, maybe, and if that's even possible, I guess we could vote.
I think I'm gonna abstain. I'm gonna abstain for a second. I'm gonna see where the vote goes. That's the thing. Yeah, like it's gonna die to DMC anyway. So
true. I think you could make a very strong argument for Animal Crossing because like it was like so influential, like so like a singular work, blah blah.
Yes, yeah. Jack and Dexter's not so much in that respect. It's more just very well made.
Jack and Dexter is like very derivative, but not in a bad way because I love the game.
Yeah.
It's more about refining current ideas.
3, 4, 5.
Or voting on Armored Core. I don't give a shit.
We have 2 for Jack and Daxter, right?
Let's see.
I think
this year would have been Armored Core 2 Another Age.
Does anyone else want to vote? Wait,
I think it's safe to say who won.
I think yeah.
It's probably Animal Crossing, yeah.
AC1, yeah, I'm fine with that.
I think. Fucking go back. Oh my god, where's the thing? Okay. Oop. Oh no, that's the wrong pen. There we go. Wait, you're not seeing it yet?
No.
Oh, dude, I hate technology. As Matthew Matosis once said, the only good thing about technology is video games.
What about vape pens? Vape pens are sort of sick.
No. I want to not get lung cancer, thank you.
Look, it's just some vitamin E. It's not gonna give you cancer. It might shred your lungs a little bit, but it's fine.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Okay, for some reason my iPad is like not updating with the thing, so like fuck it, I'll do it some other way. Wait. Can I see? That's so fucking weird because like, you can't draw on the Mac version of the app. It's so stupid. Okay, let's just do it like this. Yeah. Fuck it. Okay. Monkey Ball versus Pro Gear. This is a very arcade pilled matchup.
Sorry, Pro Gear. It's over for Pro Gear.
He's gonna do overtime for this one. Okay. I'll say, I mean, I play Pro Gear for this. And it's, I mean, I sort of, there's a rewind function on the newer ports. I rewind scummed my way through the game. But I do think it's the game has a really nice rhythm with like kind of like a lot of cave games from what I can gather, with 2 different types of shots. You yeah, those shots, they produce different types of drops from the enemies, and you sort of have to time them based on like what bullets are on screen. You can, like, this both has scoring ramifications as well as if you time it right, you can clear the screen of bullets really easily. In a way that seemed sort of unique to me. Like I again, I'm not the shmup expert, but I definitely found that aspect of it very compelling. And just yeah, I guess on a surface level, really like the presentation. It looks very, very flashy, very immediately impressive. Yeah. Do we have any like pro gear experts?
I said I would try to defend it for Heather, even though I'm not the most experienced with it. I think Raph can also sort of back me up, but I know personally, awesome patterns.
Yeah, one of the
that'll be my
features.
default. My default defense for a lot of these shmups will be the patterns are cool, but also sort of like the scoring system being based so much on bullet canceling kind of really works well in the stages, where it's sort of like in a lot of shmups when you go for like cancels at the end of bosses, it's sort of just like you just wait, right? Like you wait for like the optimal point and then you do that. But since you're doing it in stages now where enemies are like everywhere and you're kind of considering a lot more at any given time, it sort of complicates that in a way that's really cool. And Heather wanted me to say that the girls are cute.
That's definitely very true.
I thought these games have contentious cameras.
Is it because they're horizontal?
Yeah, well, Monkey Ball has the weird camera that everyone kind of.
Oh well.
Pro Gear is a
That's true.
horizontal shmup, so.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
The Monkey Ball camera is very good design, and it's part of the game, and that's unironic.
We do also have to shout outs there. It's like stage 4 in Pro Gear that scrolls up vertically. I think Raph was mentioning this, but later on we'll talk about Ketsui, which has sort of similar like ways it messes with like screen scrolling, and I think like the vertical sort of ascent in this game is pretty cool. It's probably like the best justification for the being a hori. Though Ketsui also has one that's really cool.
I think the Monkey Ball camera, it's probably more problematic in 2, where you're it has these very gimmicky levels where you're kind of going down a lot. That's Super Monkey Ball 2.
I mean, I wouldn't say the camera's the issue in 2. It's like,
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, Hot Pocket about it. I don't think it's like a big point in Monkey Ball, at least for me.
I would say it is something like camera control in Monkey Ball is something that is like you wouldn't have to learn it until expert floor 7, right? And then it's got that very infamous like part of the beginning where you have to like line up your shot. And if you don't understand how to move your camera without necessarily moving the ball itself, then you're toast. But I think that is like it's like part and parcel of the game. And then like Basil is saying in chat, it's like it's side of the rolling direction, and once you sort of learn how to manipulate that in order to actually like move it like on its own, right, more or less, I think it's I don't know, Monkey Ball's so cool. I know I don't want to do a long Monkey Ball thing because it would just be beating up a Pro Gear, but I mean the game is phenomenal. If I could give my like quick description, it's like I've been thinking about this recently. It's like racing games are sort of in the like this, they have the same idea, right? It's like you basically there's not like a lot of like oppositional friction. It's just like you're trying to get to the goal and you're trying to do it in like a certain amount of time. And you're trying to do it in the like and navigate around this very complicated like physics handling model. But racing games are sort of bound to the real world in such a way that they have to like they in most cases they have to sort of they sort of abide by those rules. It's like you have the laps are sort of like long like comparatively, or like you have to do multiple laps, and it's sort of like generally like flat-ish surfaces or like contiguous surfaces, right? Like, and Monkey Ball can just say like we're gonna take the same idea where it's like manipulating like this big physics thing, and then we're gonna make it such that the levels are way smaller and way more puzzly, and then it just gives you a completely different spin on the experience, which I think is really smart. It's probably also way better than Air Ride in terms of being a really good one-button game or one-stick game. It's so sick. Great game.
I'll say as someone that was a newcomer, I played it for the homework thing. I was pretty surprised how, I guess, tight the physics are. Because when you hear a game is very physics driven, you usually think of something looser and with more chance for crazy manipulation of those physics. But I was pleasantly surprised to see that wasn't the case. You can really control the monkey through the stages pretty well, despite the physics, and while having some cool manipulation moments, like if you have a slope, you can go faster with to maybe skip certain parts of the track, or just fly off depending on the level design. If you can go downward a certain way and have to control when you land, and it was pretty neat. I think it was my favorite of the homework games I played.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll say for me the defining characteristic of Monkey Ball is that it is an entirely deterministic game, right? You could sort of play it in a way where you learn a perfect sequence of inputs for every level, right? To break it down really simplistically, right? But the control does have so much nuance and so much room for kind of human error. While still, like Isa said, being very tight, it feel like the physics feel very gamified. That it reaches like, I don't know, it's like I guess the way I put it when I first played it is like it's a trial and error game, but it's kind of the peak of that, you know? There's always enough room for improvement that it never really got stale for me on that level. And that's very, very unique about it, I think.
I think once you learn the physics in those games, like I think that's also why the beginning of Expert is way harder than like especially like 20 through 30 or like 30 through 40 in terms of floors, is because like it sort of expects you, like once you get past the beginning of Expert, it's like, oh, I actually understand the physics enough that I could start to sort of freehand most of these levels, and that's when it really feels like once you get past that barrier, it's like, oh my god, this sort of like it's like a transformative kind of thing. I think even if like earlier on when it's less, when you can't get a holistic sense of it because it's so like nuanced, like you were saying, it definitely veers into trial and error. But I think that is sort of what the game is going for as well, right? It's sort of like it wants you to experiment and wants you to it wants you to learn the nuance of it, which I think is really compelling. And it has really good bowling and billiards. The golf is sort of whatever, but the bowling and billiards is fucking top notch.
I really love
good music too.
Yeah,
it's a vibes game.
I really love the risk reward of it as well. Like it's once you get more comfortable with it, it's very tempting to go for skips and to speed yourself up, right, and see how cleanly you can do stuff. Yeah, and just I think you know, you touched on music, right, and presentation, right, but I do think that is an important element of this game's history, that Amusement Vision and all their shit on GameCube was just so insanely polished. And it does feel, it's funny that this game is so pure and so kind of simple on the surface, and yet it feels like, okay, it really needed this very unique merger of like the right team and the right hardware. Yeah, really respect it on that level.
It was a good enough presentation that it so many people casually got into it.
Yep.
It helped that it was a launch title, but the number of people who like really love Monkey Ball, even though it's like just straight up a fucking arcade game, it might be, especially of this era, probably one of the most successful like arcade to home conversions, like in terms of bringing casual players into the fold.
Yep.
Because it's really remarkable for that.
I think part of it is due to how simple but intuitive it is. Because it's basically just a game about mastering basic movement. You don't have any other buttons to worry about, just your analog stick, basically.
I wish we had Heather here for Pro Gear, because I think she's like sorry, Ryan, for your thank you for your sort of detailed breakdown of it. But I think Heather has played it the most, and she'd be like very passionate about it.
No, yeah, like it's kind of scuffed. Like just earlier.
No, you're totally good.
Needing to watch a little bit more.
No, that's
also, just one more thing about Monkey Ball that I really appreciate is that Monkey Ball 1 has this very particular, like, instantly readable quality, right? Like, you look at a level for the first time, and it's, like, very natural to sort of intuit what is going on. And it also has this really nice thing as you move up from beginner, advanced, expert, where there's a lot of the levels that are, like, iterative in sort of meaningful ways. Like, I think of Expert 6, where the earlier versions of that kind of stage where it's like the squares are gradually contracting and expanding, right? So you sort of use them as platforms. And in Expert 6, where they go into even tinier platforms. And then, of course, the notorious Floor 7 is also an example of that.
Yeah, that's a perfect example.
I think I'd be
It's sort of like
sorry.
This great, like, yeah, sorry, just
no, go ahead.
Like for a casual like level, right? Like playing that way, it's still very easy to sort of get the gist of everything very quickly, which I think is really awesome.
I do want to say in Pro Gear's favor, or not in its favor, but it just as a remark, it is very impressive that it made it onto the 2001 bracket, because this is like one of the most cracked games for years like ever. So for it to slide in as a dark horse choice, that's pretty cool.
I there's a part of me that like really wanted to kind of see wanted to see it go far, but yeah, I guess we'll find out now with the vote.
Yeah, I'm torn because I love Monkey Ball so much.
Yeah,
it's so good.
I've definitely played it way more. I didn't get that. I think I got a good bit into expert, but like I definitely didn't finish it. Yeah, more longevity in Monkey Ball. It's probably true.
The fact that Heather already won CC'd it, it's like, nah, that shit's over.
No, that was only one move.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Because I think Luke and I and maybe Simon have all done the expert through extra 1cc, and I think none of us have gotten a credit past Master 5. I was on the grind, and then my copy's busted now, so I need to get back on it. I think it's feasible. And the master levels are not as good. I think you can start to see the Monkey Ball 2 isms appear. They have that sort of gimmicky quality in terms, like a lot of moving parts in the levels and like big apparatuses that are like more just navigating around that. But
the carpet one is good though.
That one's sick. That's a great level. That's a good example. One of those levels. All the ones that are just like a million things like moving around, and you just have to like learn one route through and just execute it right every time. It's like that shit's boring. But anyway,
I remember the spiral one. That's basically just move normally through most of it, but don't sleep before you reach the end. That's where you need to do something.
Yeah.
It's like it's just a boring level because you go through it. It isn't too difficult. Then the last part of the spiral, there's like this steep curve that you have to take it into account. But you are like so sleepy by then that you might fall.
Do you want to start typing? I think I'm ready.
The band? Is that?
Let's not talk about that. Okay. I'm seeing.
Remember, Monroe voted for Pro Gear before he left.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So.
Thanks for saying that.
What did he actually?
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Monkey Ball.
I will abstain until necessary.
1, 2, 3, 4 Pro Gear.
Luna, the Monkey Ball's a vibes game. Hop on. The monkeys are so cute.
Pro Gear is like one of the most beautiful shmups ever made. It looks like
that was very true.
Ghibli film.
But Pro Gear doesn't have monkeys.
Wait, that's 6 for Monkey Ball. I think that's it, right?
It's over.
It's over. Oh, damn.
Monkey Ball's deeper. Y'all Y'all hear like shmup arcade. Remember, it's like Monkey Ball's also an arcade game.
all you do is dodge bullets, okay? And like, it doesn't even have movement, yeah. Like, where's the depth?
Okay, Monkey Ball's a shmup where you're the one big bullet.
Yes.
And you have to hit the ship at the end.
Nice bad. We have something for that. It was called Math.
So we did this one for the memes.
Oh my god.
The matchup of mid shitty games vector.
I don't know if that's what it is. I'll say Silent Hill 2. I'm not like it's not like a game on my 5/5 or something, right? But it definitely spoke to me a lot. The ending especially. I don't want to I don't think it's necessary to go into spoilers, but like
everyone's played it.
Yeah,
I played this. Yeah,
that's a multi-layer
like
joke. I feel like Silent
the
2
dog.
fan excited
I'm
to play the
sorry.
remake for the first time.
Dog is New Game Plus only.
It was the dog the whole time.
I think so. This was actually I mentioned at the start we did a Good Games Canon last year, and I remember like Alan who's not here today, but like we sort of went into how this is a very mature game, you know, for its time, and dealing with like very heavy subject matter, and I guess I guess with the way it sort of carries itself and presents itself, there is something sort of indifferent about it. I could never quite put into words why, for example, the way the combat is presented in the Team Silent games works for me. Like I'm not like I think a lot of people would be tempted to make the Dragon Guard argument and say, well, it was bad on purpose, or like it's basic on purpose, it's not supposed to be fun, blah blah. I feel like it's a little bit there's something there, right? It's something of okay, this probably is way lazier as a mechanical sort of implementation of this experience than it could be. But at the same time, it still got me into the mindset that was like conducive for this type of experience. Yeah, and like aesthetically, obviously it's amazing, and that's my take on SH2. Great original groundbreaking take. I don't know. Yeah.
I said it on Twitter, but like the new Silent Hill 2 remake has the same issue as this Silent Hill 2, where it's like both are like shoehorn in Resident Evil style combat in a shitty way. And I think as the foremost Silent Hill 2 combat expert, it's I don't know. I think when I first played it, and I had not played any of these games, it was very scary, but it was because I like was actually like literally like it's not only aesthetically scared, but also I think I mean it's hard to put it because nowadays having played it again, it's like you can just fucking run past everything or just like beat them with a pipe or like it's like. But at the time it was like, oh my god, like that thing could kill me. And I was playing on like the beginner combat when I first played this game.
That's crazy.
Like I was being a little baby bitch, but it's because aesthetically it like sells itself. I think post playing 3, I played 3 2 years ago, and I played 3 2 years ago for the first time. I replayed 2 last year, and I was not as impressed aesthetically with 2. I think partially it's gotten a little old for me, but yeah, I don't know, but and we have to consider that Guitar Man is the exact same situation where it is also it's a shitty rhythm game, buoyed by like basically being held up by the fact that it's got very cool vibes and excellent like not diegetic music that like goes along with the goes along with the story and everything, and then also it's just really well composed by Coil, not the cool British Coil, but another alt rock Coil. So it's funny that these two games got put up against each other because it is like the exact same issue with each, and it which is good for 2 vibes games because then it's like okay, the vibes can win out on either one. But
yeah, Guitar Man is a very cute. Oh, sorry, did I cut someone off?
I think there's an argument to be made like about how if the combat was better, another elements of the game will be de-emphasized. Like if you look at Resident Evil is by far the better mechanical game. But also eventually the atmosphere and the story and the light takes a back seat to the mechanics. basically the experience takes about what people call the experience takes a backseat, right? While Silent Hill 2 having a very basic mechanical and rules probably means that people got into the atmosphere and elements way more. That said, I do think they could have done more with those simple mechanics.
Yeah, there's definitely a
Raph,
way I tend to think about games a lot.
Raph, can you recommend me a movie for Silent Hill 2 that I should watch and I'd just get a better experience?
Jacob's
Watch
Ladder, right?
Solaris. No, Jacob's Ladder was the first game, wasn't it?
I mean, they all have that sort of thing
Yeah,
going on.
That's true.
they all have that twitchy body motion, like same as Jacob Ladder.
Oh, there's another one I keep forgetting. Oh, just Solaris and Jacob's Ladder for now.
Just watch the Silent Hill movies.
I'll say, I was fucking Silent Hill 2. I was definitely very aware that the combat is very easy and silly, and yet it was still insanely scary. I don't know how that works. That's something I definitely kick around in my head a lot. Guitar Man is like, oh sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I think I won't like spoil it specifically, but I distinctly remember there was one room in Silent Hill 2 that like genuinely gave me insane anxiety. I like was scared to finish the game.
I have a couple ideas which one could be. Yeah.
Actually, one thing we could point out that these games, even if the combat is very simple, they have a pretty decent scenario design.
Yeah, for sure.
Like sometimes you need to click the button pop on something you might not want, or sometimes you get stuck in a place that you get in by yourself, stuff like that. So I think even if the combat isn't like engaging, there's stuff in the scenario design that makes you push forward.
I've always appreciated I guess it's kind of like liminal quality in Silent Hill games, right? Where
yes.
I think even just as you are playing, like the act of movement kind of just becomes so fucked up, right? Because like your sense of space is like
distorted,
really toyed with, right? I think fuck again, I don't want to
No, I get it.
spoilers. I'll just put it in chat.
Yeah, but like I think 1 and 3 also do this really well. I haven't played 4 yet, but yeah,
it's like a series
stable. Yeah,
I really enjoyed.
I'll say about Guitar Man, like very cute little game, has a very great vibe. It's like so fun. Luke isn't here right now, but like it's, to me, in my mind, it's like the prototypical Luke game. It's like definitely Luke's vibe. I wouldn't say it's like super meaningful by the end. It's a pretty basic story, but I haven't played it in a while, so yeah, I don't know.
I was just thinking about it in the last 10 minutes or so. I will argue for Silent Hill 2 over Guitar Man. I think Guitar Man probably, in terms of like actually playing as a game, I think is a little more interesting than Silent Hill 2. In terms of also trying something new with the genre, because obviously the rhythm game genre is not that well defined by that point, especially like the diegetic examples. But I do think it does play better than most of the Parappas, and is at least more complex than Space Channel 5, which is probably a better game overall, right? Or at least the second one, not the first one, obviously. But there, in terms of like having a great soundtrack and like a very eclectic soundtrack, having the sort of cute like romance interplay between the main character and like setting him up for like I'm a loser, but I have this power, and actually it's inspiring me to have like better self-esteem, blah 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 blah. I think there are a lot of rhythm games that have just as good, if not better, soundtracks. And in terms of like vibes, I don't even think it's the best like NS game. I like the Oendan games better. Like not like I think Elite Beat Agents and Oendan 2 both clear Guitar Man. Silent Hill 2, I don't know if there's any other game other than maybe Silent Hill 3 on like a horror level that really like captured this particular like essence of like the nauseating imagery, the just like the way that the rooms change over time, or like I'm thinking of the hotel where something becomes waterlogged after the big reveal, and like some parts are on fire, and the way it ties into the psyches, and even when the story itself is not that necessarily like even though it's like subtextual in a lot of ways, I think the amount of subtext you can wring out of certain parts of it is actually it feels like relevant and not like a stretch a lot of times when you're looking into the way the game is set up. I think I can think of very few other games that do that. I think it's a really great story, which is something I very rarely say for video games. I very rarely. So I will be going with Silent Hill 2. I'm gonna put my vote out now. That is Silent Hill 2 win.
Yeah, I guess like the last thing I'll say is like I won't spoil the final twist. I think most people know what happens, but like just in the interest of fairness, right? It's it really just it captures the complexity of those emotions in those characters so insanely well. You know, I think in a way that kind of uniquely vindicates like even the idea of like storytelling, right? It's like I could sort of I could try to very mechanically explain the sequence of events that led these characters to like make the decisions that they did, right? And it wouldn't really capture it as well as Silent Hill 2 does with its imagery, its very specific dialogue choices, right? Its very specific wording choices. I'm very specifically thinking one of the final scenes. And like that, even then, like the prose or whatever is not complicated. You know, it does it in just such a simple and human and like really intuitive way. And like I'm like Pam, when you were saying that with how the walls get like waterlogged and stuff, like I definitely, you know, I felt that in my gut. You know, it's kind of crazy how that sticks with you.
I guess another thing that really sells the dialogue for me is how the voice acting and delivery is handled. It being a bit slightly awkward but believable. They really sound like a person talking rather than someone reading lines perfectly.
Yeah, I think they. That's the thing. It's like very easy to sort of say in retrospect, oh well, this was like super important purpose, blah blah blah. Like no, actually, like the devs talk like a lot about their process and like, you know, why they made those specific decisions, and it's like
Yeah, like it's a constant as well between 4.3 and 4.
Yeah, and to have like that level of vision, like with again with such a mature game, at such an almost like inceptional stage of the medium, was very crazy to me. And yeah, it's like it's the GOAT for a reason. Like I don't know.
The last thing I want to say, this one I'll just say because it's still kind of vague, but like the way that the choice of ending you get is like very strongly tied to like a lot of mechanical interactions is like really cool to me. Like, and I think it really works in this sort of like thematically flexible way that won't get into too much detail, but I always thought that part was probably like the most genius sort of actual quote unquote game design.
Sure. And it's very unique about it.
It is cool enough without having you think about the mechanical nuances of it, like how to get X ending, Y, Z. You're only going with the flow, in which ending you get.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. Evan is telling us to wrap it up.
That fucking image.
Damn, who could have thought?
Fuck Guitar Man.
Hell yes. I respect everyone voting for Guitar Man.
I just don't like Silent Hill 2. I've never played Guitar Man.
Oh, you don't like it?
You would not like Guitar Man, dude. You would hate Guitar Man.
I know, yeah.
John is our strongest soldier.
Damn, John, do you want me to vote for Ikaruga or not?
It's another sacrifice. It doesn't matter what you vote for.
I feel like in this panel, I feel like Ikaruga doesn't like it maybe has a shot.
It has a chance.
Let's talk about it. I mean, I'm a Halo hat. Comet Evolved, like, still my favorite.
I I'd probably vote for Combat Evolved too. I like Ikaruga more. I'm realistic.
I was about to say the library. I'm voting for Ikaruga.
Ooh.
Master Chief Collection, you can skip it.
Yeah, did you see Luna's, Luna's thing for votes? Just for the record, because she had to go.
Oh, I think the last thing she voted.
Yeah, she put her what she wanted to vote for and everything.
For every game?
Silent Hill 2,
Oh.
Ikaruga, Melee, MGS2, and
Shit,
Melee.
wait, oh no, I don't. Ah.
Just scroll up.
Okay. Yeah, okay, well, we'll keep that in mind. Cool. So, I guess, yeah, Combat Evolved, there's something still very unique about the weapon balancing and the AI in this game that, that really set it apart from the other Halos. I know, Raph, you're also, like, a bit of a Halo head, right? I think 1 is not your favorite, but I think we do have, like, some common ground there, right?
Very close second, yeah.
Yeah. I just, like, I think one of the first times where I was, like, I killed an elite, and then I saw the grunts disperse, I was like, whoa. Like, you can imagine how that was coded, that was probably not that complicated, right? But, I still feel not enough games do that, and then having this almost Doom-like, very clear delineation between, like, the functions of different enemies, and, like, sort of how they control the space. But then, it's this very sandboxy, this very sandboxy game that has physics that where every entity drops ammo, drops weapons. I think it's very well balanced around the 2M limit as well. Yeah, just a great game. I like it. So I guess maybe John, you were gonna say, like, you're being realistic when you prefer Ikaruga, but you would probably vote for Halo. Do you maybe like want to compare the two games, or yeah?
I think they're both like they feel like they have some like big, like there's some I don't know, frictional stuff with both of them. Combat Evolved, I think, is like, in my head, Combat Evolved, when I replay it, I don't actually replay the entire game. I do Halo and then Silent Cartographer, and I did like the very last one.
Yeah.
Because there's some missions there that are repetitive, and there are missions that have like there are missions like in the middle of the game where you have like the elites, and it's like a Sultan control room or something, where you're going through the same room over and over and over again, and then you go back through them. I totally get why why people like love Combat Evolved, because I think there is like that Doom. I think of like Pac-Man or something, like the way like these they have this goofy ass sort of behavior you have to think around, and like, oh, the elites are like kind of like, oh, they're Pinky and Blinky or whatever. But so I can kind of see how like it's like caveman design, but it holds up. It's like we have the game design equivalent of like the wheel. I think with Ikaruga, it's weird because I totally see why people don't like it as much as some of the more freeform games like Garega. And I don't think it doesn't have like the same like juice or feedback of a lot of cave games. I know for Ikaruga, it's also sort of tied up for me. It's sort of similar to Luna's thing about Majora's Mask. Like, I played this at a time where I was like feeling really low, and it was like, all right, this is a game that's all about like kind of overcoming that adversity. So it means a lot to me. I think there is more flexibility, like when you kind of get like really down into it, but it's not. It is not present right away, even compared to something like Pro Gear, where it's like even if you reset the game, there are the different combinations of palettes you can try out. And with Ikaruga, it's like you can make these sort of minor deviations in your route, but there's a lot of like, okay, when you're on the stage one, there's like the correct way to route this, and there's the incorrect way to route this, and there are some cool incorrect things that you can do. You can do like the pacifist or like dottier playthrough of a stage. And there's things like if you miss like it's like divided into sections. So if you miss a section, you can like not shoot at anything and then pick up your combo a little bit later and do kind of these more like improvisational chains.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I would probably just say Combat Evolved. Move on.
I don't think you should give up yet. Yeah.
One thing I really like about Halo 1 is that the enemies are, like you said, are a bit like Doom, but they have one extra spice to them. Like the grunts, if you kill the leader, they'll run away. Elite will try to dodge your shots. Hunters will keep marching forward towards you while shielding sometimes. There's all these unique behaviors they have that at that time put them above other shooters AI. Because they clearly have predefined Doom-like roles, but they have also more than one, I guess, function. What they do, and depending on what you do, they can change that function. Like I said, like with the grunts, for example.
Yeah.
And I think that's really a neat aspect of the Yellow Sandbox. Because with FPS, there's like the dumber your AI, the more enemy types you need, right? So if Doom is one side, Fear is in the other, Hello is like in the middle. Like there's still a clear hierarchy and role to set enemy type, but there are also more behaviors than you will expect from them.
Yeah. I'll say about Ikaruga, that one thing that kind of fascinates me about it is that it's the one shmup that I feel like I can talk to very sort of quote unquote casual gamers about, right? Like, I know it's the one shmup that one of my game design professors, for example, knew. The fact that it has this insanely original mechanic, well, I mean, it debuted in Silhouette Mirage, which is also a treasure game, so I think it's fine. But this polarity gimmick, right? That's very immediately understandable, and then has all these little implications to it. It's like very obvious how it's interesting and how it's sort of deep. I think that type of elegance in design is something I really respect a lot. Going back to Halo. Oh yeah, John, go ahead.
I was going to say, I know Alan mentioned this when he saw the Helsinger art, and I was like, oh, it's a shmup. I think Ikaruga is one of the few games that, like, it's a really, I think it is a really strong, like, aesthetic. It looks like the cover art, you know, when you launch off in that first section and the camera, like, pulls around. You know, it's like one of those, like, oh, you kind of feel like there's, like, I don't know if it's immersive is the right way, but it's like, it's, I think, easier to be, like, invested in the action and the drama of it.
Totally. Our running gag has been. Oh, sorry. I'll let you go in a sec. Our running gag has been that Ikaruga is like the third strike of shmups, and that it's the poser game to like obviously make, but then it's like actually good. Yeah, so it's fine.
I had one little thing with Ikaruga, and I'm not an FPS guy. I'm not a shmup guy, so obviously grain of salt. I do like, compared to most of the other games around that time when like they'd really moved into like bullet hell, like in terms of like how the genre was progressing as a whole. I do like that Ikaruga is like one of the few shmups I've ever played that actually has like pretty fun environmental gimmicks. Like I know this is like most of the shmups I've played are like boomer shmups, right? But I'm thinking like Thunder Force 3 or whatever, and it's got like the dumbass like, oh, you've got to go into this one passage and the screen will scroll backwards and you go out of the passage and then up to the main path, or else you'll get fucking killed for no reason. Like, oh, that's fucking stupid. And Ikaruga will actually, like, I'm thinking of like the second level where you've got like all the different boxes. It's like a box loading area or something. They're all like coming down in the different colors, and then you like sort of like choosing your path between that. Do you want to like go through the center and like have to break boxes and constantly switch polarity, or like go to one of the outside where there's like little bullet sprays that will force you to like recognize which color you're on. I know it's not like, that's not what a lot of people play shmups for, and obviously I'm not one who's like super deep into those, but I do find that kind of design like interesting. I think it's very Treasure-esque for sure.
For sure, yeah. Cool. Ryan, you had a point as well?
Yeah, just sort of like speaking to the kind of like simple elegance of the design. The difficulty scaling in this game is really cool, where how it works is easy mode is just sort of basic, and then on normal, when you destroy enemies of the same color, they get suicide shots, and on hard mode, it's like all enemies do suicide shots, and it really creates this like awesome like sort of trade-off where now you're routing around suicide shots in a way that it's both about like kind of being mindful, but also it means that you get a lot more opportunities to go for lasers, and that makes certain chains easier, and it's just really cool in like a very like instantly understandable way. Like it doesn't really affect patterns. It's sort of as much as it does sort of like the long-term decisions that you're doing.
Yeah, I haven't seen this kind of thing in shmups where you get that kind of control over when and how the suicide shots happen, right? And then because of the polarity gimmick, you can also like it can be either very, very bad and like mess up the screen in a way that's not beneficial, but then also it can fill your meter as well, right? So
Yeah.
just the
And
elegance of
also,
that's just sick, yeah.
Yeah, and it does the good shmup thing where the bosses are based on time, so it's not about speed killing. Because I will say, like, the one thing sort of about the pacifist playstyle that's weird to me is that I think some of the bosses are kind of inconsistent. Where like the first two, when you go for like the timeout strats, you're still dealing with like all their patterns, but then you have stuff like the sort of circus wheel in stage 3 where if you go for the timeout strat, you can basically just stand still and change polarities because like the way the patterns change over time is like not based on time, just damage. That's just like being pedantic.
I guess like I'll ask Hot Pocket one more question about Halo, because I remember you wrote a pretty detailed review for the game on Backlogged.
I did.
Yeah, and I remember maybe I'm misremembering, but like I think one of the points was also that just the way the game taps into its 2-weapon limit, with the way you have to sort of ration your ammo over the course of a whole level, and like that you have to make decisions about, okay, if I pick up this weapon, I have to stick with it for a while, and I don't know if I get a chance to like refill it, and then I'm losing something else. Like that's pretty interesting with the game still, I think, uniquely.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of, people kind of know that. I think my main point with that is that I think Halo 1 has the best weapon balance of the series, having played all of them for single player. Just in the set, a lot of stuff is really, really good. Like the pistol's really good, but like it's more like you can pick up any weapon and have it still feel effective and useful. If you compare that to like Halo 2 and 3, and you start getting a ton of garbage weapons that are just not really fun to use.
Yep.
And I think with Halo 1, I feel like they, at least on Legendary, they kind of got the balance right, where it feels like you can kind of improvise in that way, and even if there's sort of an optimal, you could theoretically play it very optimally, you can still sort of take advantage of those systems and not have it be just like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just a good balance. I know. It kind of reminds me of like the way the health is balanced also kind of reminds me of like Fear. It's weird. You're really fragile in Halo 1. Not like Halo 2 tier, but like you're really fragile in 1. So it kind of has a little of that Twitch shooter influence too. I don't know. It's a good game. It was way. Yeah, what Basil said in the chat. I think that's kind of what I was getting at. Where it feels like more weapons are. It feels like almost all the weapons are situationally good, or can be used, and you won't necessarily be like miserable. I don't
really agree with that.
There's a couple Halo 3 weapons I think of when I picked it up, and it's like, this is shit. Like this is so bad.
The 3 pistol, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the thing I like about the Halo 1, is that it feels like you're picking weapons based on which enemies are around, versus like 3 when I always feel like I'm picking weapons based on range of engagement. Like if the enemy is far, I'll pick a sniper. If he's close, I'll pick a shotgun. But I don't think I ever consider like the enemies themselves when picking off a weapon on the ground.
Yeah, and I really feel Hapaka's point from the start that like every weapon feels useful, and yet they still feel so insanely different to use that like I know I can solve this situation with probably every weapon, but it will be and it will be effective in some way, but it will be more or less awkward, and like I will have to do different things. And then because like yeah, the weapons are part of the sandbox, right? Enemies drop weapons, and you can only take 2 with you, right? And like all this shit just gels together so well that I don't know. I don't really get that out of a lot of games here.
Yeah, I think also the map design is kind of lacking, but like I think it's not as bad as people say.
For sure.
They have these like reuse of runes, but they do try pretty much every time they reuse the rune, they try to change the enemy composition so it plays differently. Sometimes that works better than others, but it's more just that some of the levels are too long, really, more so than they're like really badly designed. I don't know. I skipped the library, by the way, when I that's a critical fact that
I mean, I think the
I
devs
also
have
think
admitted it's not finished. Yeah.
I also think Halo 1 has like the most sandboxy levels. 2 is
kinda, yeah.
very push forward. 3 has a few, but I feel is more scripted than 1, to be honest. But yeah, 1 I feel like
Yeah,
there's a lot of levels where you just drop somewhere and you need to reach a place whatever where you decide to reach it.
Yeah, we probably should.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
Vote on this.
Yeah.
We're going long.
Oh, yeah, probably should.
We'll have a timer next time. Oh wow. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Ikaruga.
I'm with the casuals this time.
No, dude. The
sorry, y'all.
Ikaruga upset.
The deciding factor was that Ziad was gonna vote Halo, so everyone had to turn on him.
Well, I also have not voted yet.
Wait, so that's 1, 2, 3 for Halo.
I'll see what happens.
John, I'm glad you're going for it.
Right now, Ikaruga is like leading heavy. Wait, can Halo even make it now? Wait. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's over. It's over. Yeah.
Both these games are very good. I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind either of these.
Well, this is
yeah,
what I'm
okay.
do.
See, I mean, on the one hand, I do love Halo a lot. On the other hand, I think those kinds of upsets are like sort of sick. I sort of approve.
It was very funny.
So
it's still very disappointed. We can't do the Ikaruga Pro Gear debate.
Okay, let's go much faster now. I don't know how.
Yes.
So fucking.
Do we even need to talk about DMC? It's fine. Whatever.
Great game. Biggest issue with it, IMO. They couldn't do the thing where they combine enemy types. Like.
But it's okay because they're all so good.
They're all very multifaceted. They
Exactly.
all
Yeah.
have different attacks.
Each individual enemy is like can work at multiple ranges. Has a lot of different. Like they make the best of it.
Compared to like DMC3, where most of the enemies have like one attack.
You're not supposed to say it.
Well, they have like two. Let's not. Let's give it some credit.
I know I just have a couple of points before I'll just move on, but I think the bosses in this game in particular are just so good.
Yes.
One is sort of just like the variety, but also just really open to aggressive play that I think is very interesting and is certainly like overlooked. I think Griffin is the big case for me where I will say a lot of my opinions on this game are partially motivated by spite because a lot of people do not know how to talk about this game correctly. But you take a boss like Griffin. You take a boss like Griffin where it's not just like gun spam, right? There's so many opportunities to try and sneak in shit like meteors.
And like air raid is so powerful as well, and that makes it uniquely useful to like build Devil Trigger with the gun spam. So like rationing that is like super compelling aspect of the game.
Yeah. I think the weapons really like the way they sort of there's like nuances like with Alistair, when you go for later hits in the combo and you do the high time, it actually has like a faster animation, right? So sort of playing with how you can combo like certain moves into each other in that way. Things like normally when you're in Devil Trigger, the uppercut input for Ifrit is like the meteor, but then if you do like certain attacks, then it will go back into the uppercut normally. And do I have anything else? Because I want to be fast. I think that's it. Good game. Best one. It's still the best one. It still has the best version of Virgil because parrying actually means something.
That's true. I like DMC4 more, I think, but they're two goats. Yeah. Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, real quick.
I also think DMC1 nails like using boss concepts that other games in a genre didn't manage to pull off, like Rain Sand Griffin, which is more long range oriented, or Nightmare, which is more puzzly. But both managed to fit the game combat system really well.
Yeah, you know what? It is kind of interesting that like it is huge bosses that don't really like react to you like that, right? And it's not doing the Monster Hunter thing of like, well, it sort of has like body parts that are more effective, blah, blah, but like it's definitely not as complex as Monster Hunter, and it's still I never hit the point where like it wasn't interesting and compelling and fun. Yeah, great game. Also great pacing, like
yes,
actually perfect length. Honestly, like I think there's not a thing
2 hours ever.
There was like
It's
not a
very
thing I would cut. Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, also, this is another case of insanely superb difficulty scaling.
Dude,
It's
Raph is just saying shit. Oh my god, like. What's up, Basil?
Alright. I gotta defend Animal Crossing here.
Okay.
You don't truly know the vibes of a game until you've been absolutely screwed over by a villager just randomly stealing your crap for no reason.
I respect it. I definitely want to play it after this. Yeah.
There's a vibe to because of like the American like localization. There's a more jerks in the original Animal Crossing. Like peppy villagers will steal your shit. And like there's a few you have to work more to appease the villagers in the first Animal Crossing game to like be on good terms, and like there's like this is a weird comparison to make, but like people talk about like pathologic, where you're in a game where you're essentially struck into an area that you're clearly an outsider and everyone treats you like crap. And it's interesting how Animal Crossing 1 kind of finds that middle in between of like the villagers aren't outright dicks to you, but some of them are, and you have to like work with them and that environment. And it's a vibe that the future Animal Crossing games didn't really have. So it's something that only the first Animal Crossing game kind of has. So that's my take. It's got vibes.
I think that might be selling it. I think it might be selling a bit strong. It is mostly like, hey, take this item to someone else, and then you go do that, and then they like run you around for a little bit.
You have to clean Gracie's car.
Oh, that one is funny. Do you have to do that in the later ones? Is that in Wild World?
So
that minigame's hard as fuck on GameCube too.
I could see a couple people voting for Animal Crossing just for the troll. So I'm curious to see how that's gonna go. Like I would encourage you all to start typing.
I'm sorry, I gotta go DMC.
Oh, wow. Okay. See, Pang, I was expecting you to like just go Animal Crossing for like just to fuck.
Yeah, I mean, well, see, I'm not a big DMC 1 head.
Yeah.
But even back like when I first played the game, like right after high school with all my friends, I was the one going like, no, y'all don't understand. DMC 1's like actually good. They're all like 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 mid. I can't wait to get to 3.
The dodge rough was so weird. The jump to dodge. The jump is so stiff.
No, people are just stupid. I have to say it. I'm sorry.
I have to ask one question. Nightmare really is just a knowledge check, right? Like, can we be fucking around here? That's some wiki shit.
Well, there's like, yes, sort of. I mean, there is still sort of like a meta thing to it, right? Where like pro players actually will break like the top core on purpose because it's easier to get consistent hits in. And there's things you can do like parry and some of it.
Luna abstains from this vote.
Okay.
Actually, Ref is right. Every fight is a knowledge check. It's when I said DMC 3 was at the
I'll say it's a knowledge check if you try to be optimal, but you can still beat it just fighting off normally.
Yeah. And of course, it's right, like decisions about when you want to let it sort of absorb you, and you have to do like the other fights within it, which obviously is like that's like challenge in and of itself if you're trying to go for S rank, and also because it like resets the core damage. There's sort of plenty around that in each individual fight, which is it's a lot more freeform than I think.
Even though it's a knowledge check, it is kind of sick that the damage from the course carries between fights.
So we got a GameCube launch matchup, between Super Monkey Ball and Pikmin. Pretty different games, dude. Oh, I'm laughing at Raph and chat, by the way, if anyone's wondering, like, this fucking guy. I think, yeah, we did a whole Beach Gen episode of Pikmin. We're probably not going to reiterate all of those points. I think this is not going to require much discussion. Hopefully, I do think it's a very uniquely, I say compelling a lot today, but like, yeah, what is interesting about it is that it's so condensed and like, again, it's another routing game, right? It's, there's a lot
I
of
love our routing.
there's a lot of little factors, a lot of nuance in how you sort of interact with the environment, and it's a good game. Yeah. Does anyone like want to speak on this too? Like anybody want to convince anybody? The Monkey Ball would roll over the Pikmin.
It's Monkey Ball. Let's be fucking real now.
Monkey Ball.
To be honest,
Monkey Ball holistically, you'd have. I have like I've said my issues with Pikmin before.
Yeah.
And I think on an abstract level, the design is very strong in Pikmin, and I really enjoy it. And like, I think there's a lot of other games you could put up against and be like, well, the Pikmin vibes clear out, or well, like abstractly it clears out, even when it like has weird shit with how it works in practice. But this is up against Monkey Ball, and Monkey Ball,
see,
it has the GameCube vibes. It came out around the same time. I can't personally, I can't think of any like. There's no nitpicks with Monkey Ball. I really have.
I do agree with that.
Sort of meh. Like
I'm glad you said that, because like I do feel like you're exactly on the money. Like Pikmin is like, in the abstract, it is like one of the most appealing like concepts ever to me. Yeah. I think that's for me would push it over Monkey Ball, right? With Monkey Ball, it's like it's a concept that I'm personally not super crazy about, but like it's done so well that I'm still enchanted by it. It's definitely executed more solidly than Pikmin. I would definitely agree on that. But
it's hard for me to compare these because they both come from very different design schools. Like Monkey Ball sort of has this more mechanics focused layer of this in terms of the physics, while Pikmin is way more of a micromanagement mental like sort of design.
Yep.
In my opinion, like yeah, the speedrunning aspect of Pikmin is around routing, but the actual concept of the game is around the mental micromanagement of so many things to keep track of.
Yeah, I think that'd be more compelling in like say Pikmin 1 if like say the combat was more intricate in terms of like a lot of them are just like, okay, swarm, pull them away, wait, swarm, pull them away, wait, that can, which makes sense abstractly as like, oh well, it's like I'm sitting and this is a time sink and on a limited timer. It's like same as you know, in Jet Set Radio doing the graffiti QTEs, right? But Monkey Ball doesn't have that shit. You just play it. So.
I guess like I guess we can just vote. Let's do it. Ball, 2 for Pikmin, 3 for Monkey Ball, 4 for Monkey Ball, 5 for Monkey Ball, 6. Oh wow! Nice. Holy shit! Okay.
Very nice.
That's a Pang W.
Finally.
No, Pang is picking up an uncanny amount of W's
today.
Is he?
Uncanny? Excuse me?
Yes, uncanny.
Well, oh yeah, JSR got... Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I forgot about that. That's crazy.
Jet Set Radio over Thief 2.
What did that one over? I already forgot.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that JSR actually happened. I mean, that
okay,
was
this
like
one's easy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, one over Thief 2, but no one fucking. It was ranked. It was seated higher than Thief 2. Let's be real. Super Monkey Ball is actually making that was an upset.
Yeah, I think Melee. I don't know if there's much I can fucking say about this game. Like, it's very intrinsically appealing. There's just no other game that quite feels like it, right? I guess like, I mean, if we're getting into Tekken, right, and I do get that sort of sense of like freeform movement and like freeform comboing from Tekken a little bit. But yeah, it's a game that, I mean, once you get a little bit of tech, it's very, it's pretty irresistible. And I think it's held up for a reason, yeah.
It's crazy that it's a game that like people complain, especially like nowadays with like the longer combo games, like, oh, this is single player mode most of the time. And Melee is actually a game you can like do like elongated combos and still at every step of the way there's like a conversion almost every hit that could potentially be capitalized on by the other player. And like with things like SDI and that kind of thing, there's actually a lot of interplay, even in the midst of a combo. I can't think of another game that has that, which is so.
Yeah.
So especially on when it's usually like either like less granular meter management or like a rock paper scissors thing, and then in Melee it's just full analog. And I think that alone that sells me on the game being just like an incredible fighting game. Also, just really great holistically, fun adventure mode, cool missions. Items are pretty good in that one. The roster's way better than 64. It's if it had no competitive scene, I still might I still might vote it over Silent Hill 2, even if it wasn't good competitively.
I was going to say I really like the meta decision to make Roy a piece of shit. Very accurate
So true.
During the state of Fire Emblem 6.
Ryan, we need to hop on.
I feel like I need to defend Silent Hill 2 here. Because I think this is a tough matchup because one's so much more of a narrative focused game and the other one is so much more down to the nitty gritty mechanics.
I don't know about that.
It
I
is
think
hard.
Melee's narrative is like,
We're all really dumb and can't read, so I mean,
like, the whole Master Hand playing with the toys thing in the kid's room, like, I think that's like, there's something very uncanny about that. I think
Yeah, it was done better in Smash
it's speaking
64.
a lot to like a loss of innocence and sort of a hyperactive mind, like the way you will fixate on things that are not real, and imagine all these scenarios and like how that may damage your relationship to the real world.
It's like a real life meta commentary on how pro Melee players have become.
I think, that's way it is like very prescient and like maybe even more compelling than Silent Hill 2's narrative, frankly.
I will say here's my one take against Melee is having to go to fucking you go to a tournament and then some like 17-year-old band kid is like, let me show you my pocket Yoshi, and then whoops your ass. That's why I stopped playing. It's shit like that. It's so annoying.
I'm getting beat by a Donkey Kong in bracket. I've been through it.
Me, that's me.
I've been through it.
Oh, okay. I'm ready to vote.
they made Kirby unbelievably ass, and he's never recovered.
It's true.
It's
One
awesome.
for Melee, one for Silent Hill,
it's
2 for
beautiful.
Melee, 3 for Melee, 4 for Melee.
Raph, you're gonna do
Kirby,
better
5 for
than Silent Hill
Melee?
2 has better gameplay. That's such a weak bit. I know you can do better.
6 for Melee, I think.
I could see the argument though for Silent Hill 2's gameplay in terms of like how the gameplay reinforces the narrative of Silent Hill 2.
It does not reinforce the narrative of Silent Hill.
He's got so many guns and like it's infinite between.
So one of my favorite bits is saying that Silent Hill 2 took inspiration from Metal Gear Solid by having on-site procurement. It is funny that they ran out of enemies, so he just starts fighting the whatever it was Angela. Is that the woman's name? He just starts fighting her manifestation of trauma. I was like, wait a second.
I don't know. To me, the game's so scary that I have trouble even using the weapons.
Yeah.
MGS2 is a big pang joins as well. I think you want to see that do some stuff, right?
Oh well, yeah. I think that's one of Ikaruga. I don't know. That's the Rare Vibes game. It also has very good mechanics.
Yeah.
That's very strong, and like I've said this a bunch of times in reviews and online and wherever, but it always made me mad when I was a kid when like I'd see like Jeremy Parrish wrote this long thing. It's like MGS2 is just a ripoff of MGS1. Which is like
oh my god, no,
MGS1
is
literally copies key set pieces from Metal Gear 2. And I can tell that he had just never played the MSX ones when he wrote that in the mid-aughts. But
so silly. That's crazy.
But it is actually the stealth mechanics alone, even before you get to set pieces, are so much more in depth over MGS1, and like see now Raph saying chat is cleared by fucking Metal Gear Solid 4 and Peace Walker. Shut the fuck up. Yeah,
I would love to hear a genuine argument for Metal Gear Solid 4 over MGS2. I do not want to hear an argument about Peace Walker over MGS2. I don't want to hear it. I don't.
I like Peace Walker more than MGS4. I will say
the whole
that's
like
my controversy.
patrol guard thing is like such an insane leap over MGS1. That they will actually check up on each other. And it's like, again, you can imagine, okay, this was like the way they do it is really simple but really easy to understand, and like it's still the kind of thing that a lot of stealth games fail at.
Yeah, I mean it's still kind of insane today that they have that attention to detail.
Is it like in MGS3 sort of has the same thing, right? But like I've always felt like it was not as effective, right? Like, or
I think to me, what I've always complained about in that game, I know this is a little bit skill issue, is that MGS2, they have to like radio in when they see you. So, and that's how it propagates, right? I think Thief has something similar, right? MGS3, as soon as they spot you, exclamation point goes up.
okay.
Everyone swarms. That's something I really do not like about that game. Which I know I could get past it if I.
Yeah, they have to like yell, and then like other guards in other areas won't even know you're there necessarily.
But yeah. So
I think part of the reason that the alert phase works better into is because of how boxy the level design is.
Yeah.
The AI doesn't need to navigate complex meshes, and
yeah. That's it. That's really good.
While
does have
the
much better environmental
levels are very wide and complex compared to especially compared to the big shell that has very simple layouts.
I feel like MGS5 for me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Look, MGS2 clears just from a soundtrack perspective. That Norihiko had like some of the best bangers that they've ever written on MGS2 is wild.
I feel like MGS5 really fully realizes a lot of 3's concepts for me. Like I think I mentioned this the other day as well, but just the fact that the guards are actually physically pulled from other parts of the game world, that's still so insane to me. That's so sick.
I think like part of the reason I wouldn't like I've never want to sit down and get like commit a ton of time to MGS3, even though I've played it a couple times and like tried hard and whatever, is because I have Metal Gear Solid 5 and I just want to play that. Metal Gear Solid 2. The other thing about Metal Gear Solid 2, which I think is really cool for like challenge runs, which they just totally dropped, is dog tags. The dog tag routes and whole parts of the game that you would like never go to otherwise, like fucking leveling up your pull-ups to level 3 so you can climb into the top right like overhang in the and then the whole section was like the big speech by the Navy Admiral or whatever, or the Marines Admiral, and and there's like guards up there you would never see otherwise. Which that's also such a fucking awesome set piece. when they do the fake out like look over there, and everyone like would look in your direction and he's like just playing. Oh my god, it's so fucking funny. A great story too, even though it's got some. It did not need to be as and it's way too in depth. And
I love the PowerPoint.
It's got shit. Yeah.
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 Half the script is bad. Like you're kind of not wrong.
He's not wrong.
First time Raph has lied today.
Yeah. This is not a bit. But still, like the other half is his best work, I think.
It's MGS2 versus Ikaruga.
Yeah, it's MGS2 versus Ikaruga. Sugar.
I'll say one thing that makes me not like MGS2 and most other people has to do with the big shell itself. I find it really draining to actually navigate. There isn't like shortcuts or even good pathways connecting each other. You always have to go to the same places, see the same guards, and also while the simple layout benefits like the alert phase, I don't think it benefits the sneaky part that much. It's too simplistic. That's why I tend to prefer MGS3 is more, I guess, ambiguous.
I can understand.
Yeah. 3 is definitely better. Like 2 has a lot of sequences that aren't stealth. I feel like the parts of Tanker and then the middle chunk are great stealth, and then they sort of it's set piece lined after that. MGS3 is better about that. But I don't know. I still love 2. It's so good.
Okay, I'm ready to vote, I think. MGS2, 1 for MGS2, 2 for 2, 3 for 4, okay. 5, 1 for Ikaruga, 6.
So I might be over.
I don't think that's going to
probably it, right?
Yeah.
John is sobbing off mic.
MGS2 kind of swept last year as well, which was very funny.
Yeah.
Like both 2 and 3, they made it. Okay.
Just also have to shout out my favorite detail in MGS2. If you hold up a guard with an empty gun and then you try and shoot, they will.
So sick. So sick.
So awesome.
That's like legit a good mechanic because like you might accidentally do that because of the analog button. Yeah.
It's like in Substance they added like the sort of like snake mini missions, and one of them starts you off with like empty guns.
Hell yeah.
That's where I figured it out.
Oh man, what a good game.
DMC 1.
Boring now.
Yeah, so it's Monkey Ball versus the DMC.
Y'all killed my Animal Crossing. How dare you?
I feel like
Monkey Ball.
I feel like I get more out of DMC personally. I think you can sort of compare these games. Like, I mean, obviously they're very different, but like we're talking like arcadey, very actiony games, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Like
Monkey Ball's probably overall deeper, but like yeah.
If DMC had like a random section where like when you went underwater, like there was a billiards table down there, and you had to like you had to do like the Shenmue style like trick shot to progress, then I might give it to DMC. But instead it's just got Kamiya Jank. He's a hack. Whoever the guy who's made Monkey Ball, whose name I'm suddenly forgetting for some reason. That guy's not a hack. He's
Nagoshi?
all Nagoshi, yeah. Nagoshi's all flames. Spike Out, Daytona, Monkey Ball, F-Zero GX.
I mean, Yakuza's kind of sketchy as a series.
But Thor High Heel said that the PS2 ones are actually good. So those are the last ones he directed. So there must be.
So see, Raph, that's the exact reason I didn't click it. I was like, oh no, what if? Like... Also, yeah, Ryan has the pass. That's the other thing, right?
People are not gonna know what Kagit means.
It's already been used several times on
character action game, and then the rest you can complete the rest in your head. Yeah.
This is a queer server, so
yes,
we all have the pass in one way or another. Most of us do anyway.
Well, I came up with this term too. I was the first person.
Yes, exactly.
I had the pass first.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone gets permission. They'll get permission.
I'm a cat.
I don't know. I'm as a straight. I'm gonna abstain. I think I don't want to risk it.
It's okay to get the pass.
The biggest Super Monkey Ball is like depth is so granular in terms of how it's set up with its levels. I think it's like there's a lot say about like the physics to the game, but what's so really good about it is how the levels use it with like the tight ropes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's so like you could have like the physics system could be worse and it would change everything because the levels are so tied to how that physics works.
That's very true.
We can see how that works in Banana Mania.
Banana Mania.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do get the sense it's overall probably a richer game than DMC. But I guess like DMC intrinsically just appeals to my sensibilities more. It's like it has enemies that like have slightly dynamic behaviors, right?
But which soundtrack is better, Devil May Cry 1 or Super Monkey Ball?
Devil May Cry 1 has a really good soundtrack.
It's Monkey Ball.
It's the best in the
Monkey
series.
Ball.
So okay, let's just vote. Let's just work this out. Let's just work it out.
Soundtrack.
Oh, bye, John.
John voted for the wrong
For
one.
DMC
Don't listen to his
too.
votes. that was Raph posting on his
So we
account.
got what the fuck? Wait, we got one for DMC, one for Monkey Ball, two for Monkey Ball, three for Monkey Ball, two for DMC.
I don't believe Luna also voted for Monkey Ball. You know, I think
Or
this
five.
is just a scam.
Oh god.
Of course, why would Luna not vote for Monkey Ball?
He's in my house, and I think she also posted it earlier
Wait.
saying Monkey Ball for the first top of the bracket.
Wait, is that
Yeah.
2 for DMC or 3 for DMC? I feel like I count 3 for DMC.
I would
Oh,
say
wait.
4 for DMC.
It's definitely 5 for DMC.
I'll put mine in sequential.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 for DMC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Monkey Ball.
5. Come on,
This
Raph.
is dicey.
This
Okay.
can't happen. Oh,
Five,
Okay.
five. Hot Pocket and
Dude, Hot Pocket. Monkey Ball 2 mods. Monkey Ball 2 mods. Think about it. There are no DMC mods. Monkey Ball has a crazy mod.
there's a
Don't-
DDMK.
DMC
You can mod some
has
stuff.
swap.
You can mod some stuff.
All the monkey
Yeah,
ball,
but not like Monkey Ball.
all the monkey ball mods are kind of stuff.
DMC doesn't need mods. It's already
Yes,
exactly,
yes,
exactly.
yes.
See,
I
Monkey Ball
could
2
give
needs
you some
mods.
mods.
That's
But like,
that's
DMC1
not
is
good.
mods. What are you talking? DMC1 is mods.
I'm starting to suspect Hot Pocket has a little humiliation kink. You know, like he just loves games that you need to fix later. Like,
No.
He looks at Monkey Ball. He's like, I can fix
I'm
it.
voting Monkey Ball because you said. I'm voting Monkey Ball because you said that.
no.
Chaos.
Are you serious? It doesn't count unless you type it. Fuck.
All right, I'm about to hit enter. Is your last chance. No, shut the fuck up, Raph. This is your last chance.
I support you. I will not judge you for 7 hour.
I will also not.
There won't be,
hours.
there won't be any judgment. I don't know. Okay, there's my unironically. I kind of unironically do want to vote Monkey Ball just because I think DMC1 caused so many of the shift away from beat 'em up like problems.
That is not.
That was not really thought through
That
afterwards.
is Future Games' fault.
I feel like
don't shoot
he's
the
right.
And that's DMC3 fault.
Don't shoot the message.
It's not even 3's fault, really. It has to do with the fact that the terrain was so de-emphasized.
He's
and
right.
things
He's
like
right.
DMC1 has great environments.
I don't even know. No, I don't even know if that's true. I think DMC1 has pretty cramped environments, and like it has.
Yeah, I guess maybe. Yeah, I
The
guess
train
maybe
it's
matters
pretty-
a lot in DMC1.
Yeah.
It's like many bad things in DMC. It's not one's fault.
Counterpoint: Monkey Ball didn't
also-
ruin anything.
I think it's also
Yeah.
like pretty stingy on iframes as well, and
I'm skeptical of that claim, but someone
well,
else
it's
can have to-
I mean stingy compared to like modern games, I'd say.
Can we get
Um,
Boghog in here so he can
Yeah.
initiate the stake and vote Monkey Ball?
No,
No, Track Mini does
the
not
last
want
thing-
a Monkey Ball.
the arcs for all your defensive maneuvers are very rigid, which I think is pretty meaningful, right?
That's interesting. It sounds very granular and nuanced. It'd be crazy if another game was very granular and nuanced with its movement.
So,
and, physics.
I'm so big on movement, and I think Monkey Ball has like one of the greatest movement systems in terms of how it can be ingrained into like 3D space of the puzzles.
well, but
in terms of how
you're
you
like you're a bit of a
puzzle solve with
shmup
that.
guy, right? DMC has more similar movement to a shmup.
No,
'Cause,
it
like-
fucking doesn't.
Because it's a less analog. It's more digital, less analog.
No, Monkey Ball, you are the bullet. Monkey Ball, you are the bullet, and you shoot it into the ship, which is the goal. It's not that hard.
Which game has the space area 3?
DMC is more mathematical.
Actually, DMC1 is a fucking shmup because of fucking Griffin. I know Ryan said otherwise earlier, but that's a point against it.
Oh no,
Vote Monkey Ball.
that's why the boss is good because it's like shmup patterns. Like
Yes.
Checkmate.
There's
Like-
shmup patterns in Master Monkey Ball. There's the dancing
Griffin's
one.
projectiles are actually like very three-dimensional, which I think is well, but like it was,
I'll put
but like
the,
Monster Hunter didn't even exist yet. Monster Hunter didn't exist yet.
Dang, I'll
So
make
you
a
could-
shmup that has like the dual.
You could
dual stage
you could
pattern.
you could argue that DMC gave us Monster Hunter. Think
No,
about it. Think-
absolutely
God,
not.
think about it.
They
Going
fixed
against
DMC1.
then, jeez.
They
But-
repaired everything that DMC1.
Yes, okay, but like DMC1 was the first step there.
DMC1 was 2001. Monster Hunter started development in like 2000.
I might have to change my vote. Jeez.
Well, but there was some overlap.
I'm not going to argue against the overlap. I'm just giving a time frame.
Monster Hunter was after. I think it was like 04 or something.
It could have been influenced by it.
I just
It was
posted the shmup
definitely
gameplay in chat.
It was definitely influenced by it.
No.
It was definitely influenced by it.
Monkey Ball
Look at these bullet patterns.
speedruns are crazy, and the tasks are even crazier.
This is look at this. Look at this actual bullet pattern. This is way better than DMC1.
The actual problem with this is that I haven't played DMC1 in like 5 years, and then I played like 2 runs of like intermediate or whatever at Monkey Ball 1. So I don't really know here what the.
Okay, well, we are still at 5-4.
Well, wait.
Well, 5
are
and
we?
5.
No,
We're
we're
at
5
5
and
and
5.
I think it's tied.
So if
Yeah, Hot
do
Pocket
you,
is the-
do you
is-
abstain or do you want to vote?
I don't know. I'll abstain. I'll give you. Yeah, I'll give
Okay.
it to you.
Yes. DMC. DMC. DMC.
You got
DMC.
No,
many
come
L's.
on.
You've gotten
Why
too
would-
many L's, and Pang's gotten too many W's.
When did I get a W? Name one time.
I'm getting too many L's. All my games are crumbling.
Oh, this line is so scraggly, but like it's because I'm nervous.
Look how scraggly that line is. Redraw for Monkey Ball.
Raph's trying to pull the ballot out of the box.
I'm just gonna leave it like this. I need my nervousness in this moment to be on record. Okay.
I should have put Simon on. I would have put Luke on, except I know he likes
like
DMC
the
one
lightning
more
particle
than,
effect in Devil May Cry 1 that's everywhere.
No, it's too late. Raph is too late.
Heated letter to Zayed right now. Typing it right now.
Raph is too late. Okay. Whew. Oh my god. Oh.
Now, see, this one's a W no matter which I choose.
Yeah, let's just fucking vote on this one. Like, I don't think that there's no debate necessary.
For sugar, it's Melee versus MGS2.
Oh yeah, Melee versus MGS2.
Ooh, actually, this is hard. I don't know what
This is really hard.
Yeah.
This is really fucking hard.
I think I would lean towards.
Two
towards
for
Melee.
Melee, 3 for Melee, and 1 for MGS2.
Do I gun for how much I champion platform fighters? Do I stand by this?
2 for MGS2.
This isn't Rivals of Ether.
MGS2.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
3 for okay, it's tied.
Melee.
No,
Is it
it's
tied right now?
Yes.
I'll keep waiting. Oh.
Is it a tie right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh wait, I forgot. What did Luna vote for? I'll just ask her. I'll just ask her. Hold on.
Sorry. Rivals of Desperately. Rivals of Desperate for that Smash money.
Oh, that's what she's gonna go. Okay. Oh well.
MGS2 is not didactic. MGS1 is way worse about that. You call the Russian lady and she's like, the nuclear proliferation. I can't do a Russian accent, but imagine I did that. It was funny.
Okay, wait. That's 4-4, right?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I'll change my vote. I'll vote Melee.
Oh shit. Okay, 5-4. All right.
Or that's 5-3. Sure.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. I'm stupid. 5-3.
I'll fuck it. I'll change my vote. Yeah, to Melee.
Okay.
Actually, I think I have to put Melee because that's going to be way stronger ammunition for me against DMC1. I don't think MGS2 can do it.
I love MGS2, but it's Rivals platform fighters.
I can sort of see it. I might be
such a
tempted.
big thing for platform fighters in terms of design. It's frustrating to. It was really hard to argue for 3D fighters before Melee. Melee was so big for that.
You mean like
in terms of like in terms of like the fighting game area, in terms of like focus on like there wasn't many games that were designed around 3D fighting other than Arena Fighters, which were slowly coming up but they happened concurrently after Melee.
Have you heard of Tekken?
Besides Tekken
Or Virtua Fighter?
Or Dead or Alive.
Alive. Or Project Justice.
I'm talking about 3D fighters. I'm not specifically talking about like because that's still like you're still there's still more of a forward back. I'm talking specifically like platforms and up and down, sort of.
Well,
like,
I mean, yeah, but like
2D. That's a 2D.
I mean, that's just its own genre, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 2D point. I mean, there are 3D elements of
like
Melee and technicality, but it's like it's like minor things.
1, 2,
and there are
3,
plenty of. We should all go to Tekken 4. I think.
3D boxes.
Melee 1.
I think unless anybody ends, I think I'm just probably like most people are gone. So like, yeah, okay, Melee. Oops, yeah, fuck it. All right,
there's a System 32 Sega game that is 3D somehow, even though it's a 2D.
Okay,
it's
now
Dark Force or some shit.
DMC versus Melee.
Distorted.
I'm getting so unhinged, dude. 2 for Melee.
God.
I'm losing my voice as well. I'm noticing.
God. This is painful.
It's like,
oh yeah, Dark Edge. Those again.
I think I would vote Melee personally. 2 for DMC.
Oh, are we voting in between these two?
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
definitely
Melee versus DMC1.
Like, yeah, there's Melee's so much deeper.
So I praise Melee for bringing me
3 for 3.
Rivals of Ether and Project M, or do I doom it for bringing me fucking Brawl Out?
Have you ever played regular Brawl? Brawl's a good game.
Brawl's got the best soundtrack of the Smash games.
Yeah, it's true, honestly.
Because it has Melee, it has Melee's soundtrack plus Brawl's soundtrack, which are the two best Smash soundtracks.
So
It doesn't remove any of Melee's soundtrack. Unlike Smash 4, which removes 2 songs from Melee, and Ultimate, which removes 10 songs from Melee.
Basil, Kime, Hot Pocket, Raph. Do y'all want to vote?
I'm voting on. I need to ask Luna. Oh, Luna already made her vote for this one.
Melee, I think Melee's probably taking it. Okay.
It's over.
Oh, Ref. Sorry,
It's
sorry.
over.
Yeah, Ref understands. He understands good gameplay, even though he does bits.
Yeah, it's over. Melee.
He didn't do a single bit this entire session.
Raph was always 100% honest.
Okay, that's Melee. Melee is
Very
our
good.
numero uno. Nice.
It's a shame Monkey Ball didn't make it all the way to the top, though. But
Since you like Melee so much, it actually doesn't play a lot like Melee, unfortunately. But
okay, wait. So that means Melee is our number 1. DMC is our number 2. MGS 2. And Monkey Ball, right?
yeah, I'm used to a Monkey Ball.
Nice.
I will say, related to the 3D fighting games point, there's a Virtua Fighter 2 captain at my local arcade, so Heather and I were playing that yesterday, and she did ring out because she used an attack right as I was using an attack, and her moving her body, she like threw the hitbox out, but then her fist couldn't move forward, so just pushed the character back and just pushed her off the ledge, and she ringed out. So that's good 3D fighter gameplay right there.
I'll say for the viewers really quickly. So yeah, that's 2000, 2001. Was a little more chaotic than expected. I think we'll have to make some changes to the process, like for next time. But still a lot of fun. Yeah, hope you enjoyed if you got to the end. Damn, and you have a lot more to look forward to for the rest of the decade.
Is that a threat?
Yes, very much so. Okay.
Another 6 hours with us, and another 6, and another 6.
All right. Bye bye to the viewers. Bye bye everybody.
Catch y'all later.
Take care.